Ai tiki tiki o rangi kei te toi o ngā rangi tūhāhā o tira. Ai te puhi kai ore ore koe o te whakaaro. Nei rā ko tō iwi e kiwa kiwa ana, e pā kato kato ana, e kore e taia te pēwhea au e tau kuri e. Ue ho. Wā kina te ahu o tū te nihi nihi o tū te niniwha. Akua ngā tini ngawhi o te au nei koia nei ngā pau I paua ai koe. O te pau tūtahu o te mana Māori motuhake. I paua ki te tika. O te pau haukaha o te motu whānui. I paua ki te ora. O te pau ia ngā tai ea ki te rai o maumahara. E tohu ai tua no te tau kua riro. Ia rarau ki te tai o ake ake. Ia nanao ki te ia o hirikapa. E toto papakura ki te rangi he wai rurutu mākuru. Patu manua mau kua ngaro nei. Hei tai whē tuki o te pōkoe e ko pāpā ana te ao wairua. Ai tiki tiki o rangi kei te toi o ngā rangi tūhāhā o tira. Ai te puhi kai ore ore koe o te whakaaro. Nei rā ko tō iwi e kiwa kiwa ana, e pā kato kato ana, e kore e taia te pēwhea au e tau kuri e. Ue ho. Wā kina te ahu o tū te nihi nihi o tū te niniwha. Akua ngā tini ngawhi o te au nei koia nei ngā pau I paua ai koe. O te pau tūtahu o te mana Māori motuhake. I paua ki te tika. O te pau haukaha o te motu whānui. I paua ki te ora. O te paurauhi o te kotahitanga, I paua ki te rangi Māori e, Ia ha ha. Whiti ki te tika, whiti ki te ora, whiti ki te rangi Māori e titia I ho au. I rārunga.
Yeah, because my boy was playing league, and then all the kids were like, "There's a car!" Oh, you should have saw everyone. Everyone was running over, making sure it wasn't their car.
Yeah. Still.
I'll just waste you later.
My big dog is sit here.
Check 1 2, check 1 2. Hatara! Hatara! What marae do you want to be from? Huh?
E rai a ngā tai ea, ki te rai o maumahara. E tohu ai tua no te tau kua riro. Ia rarau ki te tai o ake ake. Ia nanao ki te ia o hirikapa. E toto papakura ki te rangi he wai rurutu mākuru ki te whenua. Ana nā te pū kohu tāiri ana mai rārunga o taupiri kua. A mimiro ka karenga ia o Waikato taka whiti taka wheta. E te Hui-aa-Tau rai, e wakahiatangi ana te whatu manua mau kua ngaro nei. Hei tai whē tuki o te pōkoe e ko pāpā ana te ao wairua. Kai tiki o rangi kai te toi o ngā rangi tūhāhā o tira. Kai te puhi kai ore koe o te whakaaro. Nei rā ko tō iwi e kiwa ana, e pā kato ana, e kore e taia te pēwhea auwe tau kuri e. Ue ho. Wā kina te ahoaho o tū te nihi o tū te niniwha. Akua ngā tini ngawhi o te au nei koia nei ngā pau I paua ai koe. O te pau tūtahu o te mana Māori motuhake I paua ki te tika. O te pau haukaha o te motu whānui I paua ki te ora. O te pau rauhi o te kotahitanga I paua ki te rangi Māori ia haha. Whiti ki te tika, whiti ki te ora, whiti ki te rangi Māori titia I ho au e ha.
Tēnei au te hokai nei o takutapu ai, ko te hokai nuku, ko te hokai rangi, ko te hokai a tō tātou tūpuna, a tāne nui a rangi, I pikiti ai ki te ngangi tūhāhā, ki te tiho manono, I roko hina atu rā koi o mata kore anake, I riru huai ngā ke te o te wānanga, ko te ke te tuauri, ko te ke te tuatea, ko te ke te aranui, ka tiri ia, ka paupaua, kia papatua nuku, ka puta te ira tangata ki te whaiao, ki te ao marama, tihei. Mauri ora, ai tuia te rangi e tui honei, tuia ki te papa e takoto nei, tuia te papa e takoto nei, tuia ki te rangi e tui honei, tuia te taura herenga tangata, tuia ko te taura herenga o ngā tihi, hiko ngā uira, o tēnei te roherohenga o tainui waka I tēnei ki o ngā rangi, tuia ki te pau, I titi ai, ki te whenua, ki pūkaua, ki te pareariki o pōtatau, te pero, e noho nei, to tātou ariki nui a kuini, ngā wai hono I te pō, kei te pare kāhui ariki whānui tonu, rire hau, pai mā rire. E kore e mitu ngā mihi ngā tangi anō hoki ngā roimata ki a rātau mā, koe heke tua tā rai rātau mā, e piki nei take, piki ai a tā whaki, te putahi nui o rehua, e ko tahi atu nei, ki te kāhui o matariki, piti rangi tia ai, oki atu ai, haere koutou, oki atu rā. Ana ke hoki mai ngā mihi ka tātou, ngā mōrehi o tēnei ao mate nei, tēnā koutou, tēnā hui mai tātou katoa. Mō kau ki runga tāmaki ki raro mga tōtō ki wainga nui, pare Waikato, pare hauraki, te kaukauroa o pāta tere ki te nehe nui e te iwi, nau mai ki tēnei papāhotanga tātou atu, ia hopu I tēnei, a te Hui-aa-Tau o Waikato tainui. Ko pātara bera mana hau, he uri, no te kauri, no wāhi, no ngā marae katoa o rāhui pōkeka, Ngāti Whawhākia, Ngāti Mahuta, Ngāti Kuiārangi, Ngāti Ngaungau anō hoki ngā hapu. He oi, ko au ko tahi noiho o ngā papāho, kai papāho I tēnei ki o ngā rangi. He oi ke tōku tāke te ki te koutou, ko tēnei wahine pūrotu rua atu nei, mana pēr whakamohi atu ki a koutou, koa ia, no whē ia, te tuahine ke a koe te wā.
Tēnā rā tātou o tira tēnā koutou, kei ngā marae maha o te iwi nei, ko ai tēnei, ko te reinga patu tōku ingoa, he mokopuna tēnei no Ngāti Haua, he pekanga anō oku ki ngā tōpito whānui o te taitoke rau, tēnā rā tātou.
Ush, Ngāti Haua, kei roto i te whare. Nau mai te iwi, welcome to this year's annual general meeting of Waikato Tainui. Ko muia katoa te whenua i te tangata i te niwa. Anei te mahi a te tangata, te mahi ngā pakihi katoa Waikato Tainui i tēnei ki o ngā rangi. And we'd like to encourage each and every one of you, he rangi moko puna, there's no excuses to stay at home and watch the live stream. Come on down, tinana nei, and bask yourself in the glory that is Waikato Tainui over the past year. And your whakaaro on all the business that has happened over the past year, Hine?
I think it's an awesome opportunity to have some of our partnerships here at Hui-aa-Tau this year. I mean, it's awesome to see a lot of our kaimahi putting in the hard work for today and see all of our whānau that are here at the moment. I mean, it's still 9:30, so we've got a long day ahead of us and it's good to see a lot of faces.
Awesome. Now, we've got a whole lot of things happening. We've got free kai. If that doesn't entice you to come on down, we've got loads of giveaways as well. Plus, we have an opportunity for you to gain employment by coming through. And talking about that, we've got a couple of our presenters in the tents right now going around showing off some of our businesses. Okay, so we're going to cross over to Hinga and Atawhai in the tent right now. Ka tahurea ki tātou.
Taputu ki te moana, mawai e tō, mātō, Tainui Games, Hui-aa-Tau, get it white. Hui-aa-Tau, rua mano rua tekau mārima. I'm here with the head, Auntie Hinga. Had to perfect ngā pira. How are you feeling today? Awesome! What do we have going on today?
It's all happening. Hey, I'm just so excited. Look at the weather. We couldn't have asked for a better day, mate.
Oh, Ātaua, we're also expecting a high of 25 today. Nā reira, no mai haere mai te whānau.
Yeah, no mai hara mai te whānau, hara mai ki hopopo.
Hara mai ki hopopo. Let's go and have a bit of a hiko and a kōrero to all of our whānau at the expo tent. We have an expo tent here at Hui-aa-Tau.
Hara mai.
No mai, hara mai. O tēnā koutou. Oh, well, we have our mate over here. What's over here?
Okay, so everybody that comes gets a goodie bag. And in our goodie bag, we've got like a hot water bottle or otherwise a pair of gloves or hair warmers. So there's lots happening at the whānau. You have to come down though to get a goodie bag.
Yeah, come on down to get a goodie bag. Come and see Rangi. Come and see Rangi. Come and see Rangi te whānau. She's your first point of call as soon as you get here.
Cool.
Hara mai whānau, hara mai. And what's here?
Okay, we've got our sales. This is the only sales table we have. And it's our merch for our Te Hau o Makuru.
Te Hau o Makuru celebrating 30 years of our Raupatu settlement, which brought about the entity of Waikato Tainui.
Yeah. And we got these cool ass portai. Check. If you want one of these, you have to come down and get one.
Also, Te Hau o Makuru limited edition, a praikete, throw, whatever you want to use it for, panekoti, skirt, no mai haere mai.
Woohoo!
Hara mai. And what's over here?
Okay, so this is all part of our marae engagement, our marae engagement team with Debs. She's got stuff happening here, and this is our fire awareness. Woohoo! Cool.
Yep. Haere tonu, hara mai. Yep, and here we have our marae engagement team at Te Whānau.
All happening over here at Te Whānau. Come and see Ake. Ake.
Morena kia koutou. Look, we even have our fire brigade here at Te Whānau.
Tēnā tātou, e mihi ana ki a kōrua, e whaia hinga raua ko ata whai, nā kōrua anō, I hiki te wairua I tēnei ata, no reira tēnā kōrua.
Yeah, tautoko ngā mihi ki aia, e hoa mai hinga, did a massive job of setting this all up. He wai e tiwi kia mohi o mai koutou ne. Whakatupuranga 2015 is our blueprint for cultural, social and economic advancement. It represents the legacy we are creating for future generations, a pathway grounded in collective progress, openness to change, and the ongoing growth and development of our people and marae, empowering them to shape their own futures. 2050, our 5-year plan, it guides how we invest our time and resources over 5-year cycles to accelerate progress towards achieving the goals of Whakatupuranga 2050. Enabling mana motuhake is the key theme that guides our 5-year plan for year 25 to year 29. Enabling mana motuhake is about supporting our marae and whānau to take the lead, planning, resourcing, and making decisions around what matters most to us as a people, whether it's cultural, social, spiritual, economic, environmental. It's about creating the right conditions so we can thrive on our own terms. Tapai te iwi, nā ka moia mai koutou ne. In 1995, we signed our historical Raupatu settlement. Now, part of that was also to ask the iwi. Now, we went on a consultation round to ask our marae, our iwi, our hapu, what it is that they wanted by the time that 2050 rolled around, right? And it was up to the iwi and the people to set their aspirations for what we wanted to achieve come 2050. E tehi o ngā kaupapa o Whakatupuranga 2050, which appeals to you the most?
Going through our model and seeing all the different directions that we take for Whakatupuranga, I think for myself is Taiao, and I love to see all the mahi around Taiao and our organisation working hard to really grow the aspirations of our whānau.
Yeah, absolutely, and I guess one of the major settlements, of course, was the Waikato River settlement, which talks directly to Te Taiao, and we have since had scholarships and funding rounds to help with the marae and support them around the Taiao. What are some of the projects that you might have heard about or seen over the years?
I do know that our Rights and Interest team and our marae engagement team have been going around and working with marae to improve the water system, just so it's sustainable for their whānau and for our uri whakatupū.
Ka pai. Now, being from Rahui Pōkeka, of course, and the name itself talks about the looking after the Taiao and looking after our tuna catchments as well. And that's something that's been a big kaupapa as well, right?
Yeah, tika, yeah. I know that Irina has done a lot of mahi in our tuna space and just revitalising our tuna within our awa, so that's really awesome to see. And a lot of our rangatahi as well that have been involved in this kaupapa too.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that's very inspiring. Yeah.
And come on, Michael Tawhana, there is the contestable fund, like I said, when it comes to the Taiao. So if you come on down here to Hopuopu, to the Hui-aa-Tau, we have our environmental team here. You're more than welcome to engage with them and ask some questions, and they can steer you in the right direction on how you can apply for that contestable fund as well to help you and your marae achieve the goals and aspirations that you have for your Taiao around your marae. I know we have planting and fisheries, catchments, all of those types of things that are available to you. So, yeah, nau mahara mai te iwi, ki konei, ki hopuopu, ki konei, ki te ai, I ngā mahi, tēnā paki, tēnā ringa o Waikato Tainui. Nera?
Graduating in the Te Waharo program means a lot to me. It helps me to secure my future and also open up my life to awesome opportunities. I'm about to be a builder, so yeah, I'm looking forward to the next chapter that I can take and hopefully one day build my own house and own my own company.
Te Waharo has changed my life by giving me more skills to help me build up my trades life. I want to be qualified in painting and then maybe start building, get qualified in that, so I have other qualifications under my sleeve future-wise.
One of the goals that we have for Whakatupuranga 2050 is to have all of our beneficiaries employed, housed, and of course educated. And I've got the Waharoa program with me right now. Tēnā kōrua.
Kia ora, tēnā koe.
Kia ora, kare te iwi.
All right, now whakamohi atu ki te iwi ko wai kōrua.
Tēnā tātou te me ko ai ko te manaaki tōku ingoa. I am the Career Pathway Advisor here at Waikato Tainui.
Kia re te iwi, ko Soraya Zimmerman tōku ingoa, huri tēnei no Ngāti Tuhi me Ngāti Tahinga, same as mana Career Pathways Advisor for the Te Mātauranga team.
Okay, so tell us about Career Pathway Advisory and what does that mean? What do you take care of?
Well, like the Whakatupuranga 2050 plan, our goal is to get all our whānau, our beneficiaries, into some form of employment. Obviously, that changes depending on the iwi member. We always aim to build around our whānau, not chuck our whānau straight into the deep end. We make sure that our whānau, one, are work ready, that they have the supports that they need while they're in mahi, and yeah, get a mahi where it's a career. We don't want to chuck whānau into just jobs. We want careers for our people so they can grow and bring back to their whānau and to the iwi as well. Choice.
Now, we've got a few of our paki that we've aligned with that are here today, and there's some employment opportunities, I believe.
So yeah, we've got a few employment opportunities. So many of the paki here that are in attendance, we partner with them. So off the top of my head, I can say we got Fonterra and Vicotech, many of them offering apprenticeships and cadetships for our iwi members. You have to be iwi, so thankfully for us, we got the best opportunity to put our whānau in the light for anyone else. So that's our biggest goal. So if any of our whānau are keen to get into that space, we call them the ships. So internship, cadetships, apprenticeship, come on down, come over noia. Them our whānau are itching to put our people into mai. So anything I'm missing out there, bro?
Probably another thing to note is we've partnered with Spark recently, and today we're launching the recruitment for 8 internships we have coming up in September whānau. So if you're keen, come on down, have a kōrero with the Spark team, and they'll be happy to run you through that process.
Now, just quickly, you talked about being work ready. Now, I know a lot of our rangatai out there wouldn't have a clue on how to even apply for a job, let alone putting a CV together. Is that something that you guys help out with?
We do that, and we do that with we call it the extension of our iwi, our contractor provider. So we work closely with the punapaki known as Kiwi staff, run by the big fella named Mainu Hui-aa-Tau. He is big at getting our whānau work ready. So yeah, CV creation, interview skills, even just getting our whānau their licenses. Because I know for rangatai, and actually not just rangatai, our whānau in general, licensing is the biggest issue right now, especially with the wait times here in the Waikato. But that's the biggest thing that we make sure we can knock on the head. So when our whānau take their first step into employment, it's the best first step.
And also we have another puna Pākehī that we partner with called Whatikura, and they support us to run our Te Waharoa program. So that's a 10-week program, gateway to the trades, and all of those skills are taught through that program. Interview skills, CVs, micro credentials, all of that sort of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, so don't be shy, whānau, especially around licensing, because I'm restricted well into my 30s. That's probably pure laziness than anything.
Still got mine. Still on mine. Got 2 kids still on mine, whānau. It's all good. We'll get there.
Okay, so where will you be based today if people were to come along and try to look for you?
So we actually are floating around for all our with all our puna Pākehī today, and our Pākehī in attendance. We don't have a store, thankfully. We get to just float and tautoko our Pākehī that are in attendance. So we want to see our whānau talking to our employers that are there. And if you have any questions or what supports that you need from us as the iwi to get into these spaces, come and kōrero. You can see myself and Ray have our Te Mātauranga jerseys on. So we'll be all around whānau. So if you see us at the front, come grab us, and we'll tautoko where we can.
Okay, so the annual general meeting is about engaging with our iwi, letting them know all the achievements that we've made over the past year and some of the things that we're looking forward to implementing in the year to come. Over this past year, what some of the things that you've seen, not only in Te Waharoa program, but in the tribe in general?
Well, the biggest thing that I've seen for our whānau is actually seeing a lot of our rangatai get into employment, especially with the hardest labour market we've actually seen in the last couple of years. It's real hard to get into mai, let alone being a rangatai at that with zero experience. So seeing our employers and our partners actually vouch for us and actually take our whānau on, that's probably been the biggest contribution to see our iwi members, our rangatai iwi members into employment. Yeah, that's probably the coolest thing that I've seen in the last year, and thankfully we've got that ready to go.
Yeah, I think for me, probably just strategic partnerships, and we know that we can't do it alone. Our team, just us, Ngāra Umanga, there's only 3 of us, 2 of us and our manager. So for us, it's about creating strong relationships and just nurturing those so that we can provide opportunities for our whānau.
Right, whānau, if you can't make it here today, then call 0800 Tainui and get a hold of the Waharoa team, and they'll help you out.
Tēnā kōrua, pātara rawa ko te reina, kei konei ahau ki te taha o tētahi o ngā māngai no Fonterra. Let the whānau at home know what your name is and what your role is with our partners from Fonterra.
Kia ora, ita whanau. My name is Jolie, and I'm a talent acquisition partner at Fonterra. So do all the recruitment. I look after 5 sites around the Waikato, and today we are looking at our apprenticeships. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Well, Fonterra, I think of milk. I think of, milking. So how can our tribal members milk Fonterra? Or what sort of opportunities do you have for our people?
We've got plenty of opportunities. Our apprenticeships, we've got electrical, mechanical, heavy diesel. So we're looking at anyone that's got NCEA level 1 and 2, maths and science. So it's really important to get that NCEA and do the mahi and come and see us.
Oh, there you go, te whānau. Get your level 1 and 2. If you already have it, no mai haere mai tēnei rā. Come and have a kōrero to Jolie and the team. And no doubt you are going to be here for the duration of the day.
Yes, absolutely. So come and see us, come and have a kōrero. Love to see you.
Ka pai te whānau, ka whakoki atu te rākau kōrero ki a kōrua. Te reinga rawa ko pātara.
We're in this love together. Hey, no more haramai, TV. Come on down, man. You're going to hear the sounds playing. We're having a good old time here at Hopu. No more haramai ki tēnei te Hui-aa-Tau e hoa ma. Absolutely free to come along and check out everything that's happening here. Ngā mihi kia koe ata whai, mō e kōrero tahi nei kia Fonterra. Now, of course, we just talked to Tama and the crew on the Waharoa program. They have a whole lot of job opportunities for you. And we'd like to share a couple of stories of impact and progress milestones on our collective journey to achieving our aspirations of Whakatupuiranga 2050.
want to welcome everyone here tonight as we come together to celebrate this 13th and 14th cohort of Te Waharoa.
Will you help our whānau to be successful, not just tonight, but beyond this and into the next generations? We just want you all to know we love you, Zay. Honestly.
Graduating in the Te Waharoa program means a lot to me. It helps me to secure my future and also open up my life to awesome opportunities. I'm about to be a builder, so yeah, I'm looking forward to the next chapter that I can take and hopefully one day build my own house and own my own company.
More Waikato Uri are picking up the tools and donning the hard hats to have a go in the industry space. Te Waharoa is a 10-week program delivered by Waikato Tainui that introduces rangatei to the trades industry.
Te Waharoa has changed my life by giving me more skills to help me build up my trades life. I want to be qualified in painting and then maybe start building, get qualified in that, so I have other qualifications under my sleeve future-wise.
Alright, kia ora no tātou e te whānau, Te Waharoa program. Once again, if you want to get a hold of the crew, 0800 Tainui, that's the number to call. Ask for Te Waharoa and our friendly staff on the desk will send you right there. Now, Fonterra is definitely a partner of ours and they've got heaps of apprenticeship opportunities available for us as well. But what about the price of butter?
Oh my goodness, yeah. Yes, terrible.
Terrible. Especially when I think about our marae hosting hui, tangihanga, era momochaukatanga katoa. Now butter is a staple diet of us Māori. We probably eat too much of it, but you know, hey.
Yeah. And no, it's ridiculous too as well, like you said, our marae having to fork out just to feed the whānau, but also our whānau in their homes as well. Shocking.
So we need more people working for Fonterra so we can drive those prices down, whānau. Get into the executive space and then we're in. Okay, now as we said, come on down, whānau, come and join it. We've got heaps of giveaways, we've got music playing in the background, we've got a free kai available as well. We've got our crew from Mitre 10. Hey, that's another awesome partnership that we had. And for those people who don't know, we also have a discount card available to our people, don't we?
Yes, through Mitre 10.
Yeah.
And that's awesome because I know a lot of our whānau use a lot of their resources as well. So get on down to Mitre 10 and use our whānau discount.
If you haven't received your discount card, as I said, that number once again, 0800 Tainui, just ask the question and you shall receive, okay? And it's as simple as that, whānau. So we've got 10% up to 15% discounts across a range of products that Mitre 10 provide for you and our whānau, and especially for our businesses as well. If you're in the trades industry, then there's definitely something you want to sign up to with our Puna Pakihi team, okay? Puna Pakihi, of course, is another team that helps with our businesses and promoting their businesses, getting employers for their businesses, all those types of things, okay? So they're all here, they're in the tent. You're more than welcome to come down, engage with them, ask any questions that you might have. E rangi ā-Tau, e rangi mokopuna, so come enjoy your time here with us. Your thoughts on the day so far?
I think it's such a beautiful day today. Kua puta mai a tamanui te rā. All of our whānau are here gathered today and there's so many faces actually to see. We have our Mitre 10 tent over here as well, and just like Patara said, I've used the discount before it's whānau, so it's good. Go and give it a go. But no, it's awesome. Our band's rocking and our babies are all happy.
Now, ke moia mai koutou, ne, we have a tribal parliament called the Whakakitenga, and we have Taratona, which is our executive arm of our tribal parliament. But our first tribal parliament was all the way at Whaanau, wasn't it?
It was e hoa.
Ara te Pakokoa Mahuta, the statue of Kingi Mahuta that is there as well, a symbol of mana motuhake, which is of course the key theme of Whakatupuranga 2015 this year, and none better than a representative from Rukumoana to come and join me today to talk all about our aspirations for mana Māori motuhake e te iwi. Yeah, so I'm just getting some cues on the sideline over here, but we'll hopefully get some packs to show you some of the giveaways that were given away today, so you can check it out. But one of the big kaupapa that's coming up, Koroneihana, koia ko te Koroneihana tuatahi o tō tātou kuini ngā wai hono i te pō. Ko te i kōrero mōna?
Me whakanui aia ne. Me whakanui tō mātou nei kuini. Kia hari kia koa te rā, kia pai ai te haere o Koroneihana.
Tēnā koe. Nā mahara mai ki te Koroneihana i te iwi.
Early in the morning on a Sunday morning as well.
Exactly.
Tēnā koutou katoa, nau mai, hoki mai ki tēnei te pāpāhotanga mo te Hui-aa-Tau, 2,244, kei konei tētehi o ngā upoko, o tētehi o ngā Pākehi ki roto e hāpai nei i Waikato i a Tainui. Kia ora, morena!
Good morning, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, how are you? What's your name? Let the whānau at home know who you are and what you're doing here.
G'day. Hey, my name's Peter Phillips. I'm the Country Logistics Manager for the Kmart Group in New Zealand. So we're based out at Ruakura Super Hub. We've got the National Distribution Centre and we supply to 30 Kmart stores around the country. So really excited to be here. Great to see so much high attendance here on a bright blue Sunday morning. And yeah, great to be here.
Oh, absolutely fantastic. And what an answer. I better watch out, you might take my job soon. Anyway, you know, how's the vibe today? Is this your first time here today?
Yeah, so this is my second time here and it's great to see how much it's growing year on year. Like there's just people everywhere, lots of interest. Yeah, beautiful vibe. It's a great spot.
Beautiful vibe. You know, and if there's one opportunity or some opportunities that our Waikato Tainui tribal members can get out of the Super Hub, what are some or what have you experienced in that sense?
Oh, I think that there's lots of opportunity here. Got to go around talk to all of the store members, but here at Kmart we're looking for people who are interested in supply chain, logistics, distribution centres. Can be people looking to start their careers, back to mums looking to return to work. You know, we've got lots of different jobs for wide demographics, so heaps of opportunities. So yeah, please come and see our store.
Ai, ka pai, haere ki te tautoko, haere ki te kimi, ai tō tātou hoa nei. Thank you very much for joining us.
No, thank you for the time.
Ka pai. Tēnā koutou katoa, kua rongo koutou e ngā kōrero whakamāhuki o te rangatira nei. Ka whakahoki te rākau kōrero ki a kōrua te rainga, rāua ku pātara.
Kia ora, my name's Cameron Baker and I founded Invico Technologies. So we use drones to do aerial services. Everything from aerial surveying to automated pest detection using AI to aerial baiting using drones. From their ground control devices called the Spitfires, they're long life devices you can leave in the field targeting possums, stoats and rats. And then we've got the aerial sea pods that we use to reforest. If we could scale these drones and have, you know, multi-flying operators all over the world using these drones, planting seed pods and recreating forests, you're targeting a third to two-thirds of the carbon emissions that we're creating on the planet. So for me, the biggest vision is solving climate change. Starting an internship here with Invico, getting exposure on maintaining aircraft such as the drones, but also getting exposure to all the technology that goes on behind them.
So do I just sit here?
Kia ora te iwi, nau mau ki mai ki tēnei papahotanga tātou. Now we have our roving reporters that are rolling around right now. Hinga a few and Atawhai, Hundapo, and I think she's ready for us right now. We'll cross over to Atawhai. Atawhai, kei pēr a koe?
Ko tā moko hia, he whakaetanga mahitahi e Tainui Group Holdings me Brookfield Asset Management hi te kōkiri i te whanaketanga mō te pāka pakihi o Ruakura i Kirikiri roa i te rani.
Kua tu whira ngā kuaha ki te ao. Kua tu whira ngā kua ki ngā iwi o te motu nei. Kaua ko mātou ana he. Engari ko ngā iwi katoa o te motu nei. I runga noi i te kōrero. Ina tae e mātou ka tae e koutou.
E ai ki te hea mana o te ara taura, ka taia te whanake i tētehi whitu te kau heketea o te pāka pakihi o Ruakura, ki raro i te whakaetanga mahitahi nei.
Kia kaua a tātou tikanga e tāmi e pēhira ki raro. Wai ho atu a tātou tikanga hei whakakakahu i ngā kaupapa pēnei nei.
It is both a very unique piece of infrastructure, but then the ability to also work with the iwi I guess with TGH in this particular instance, in quite a unique way, which is a win-win solution, was very appealing.
Ko Ruben Kanesha Modi, te kaiwhakahaere takirua o ngā whenua pupuri o Brookfield ki Aotearoa mea hi te reiria. E hikaka ana ia ki te mahitahi me te kamupene pena rawa o Tainui mo te paenga o te hapori whānui.
It hasn't just been about economic objectives, as we've covered. It's really been about the cultural alignment and the ability to, make an impact from a social perspective, whether that be jobs creation, having the ability to reinvest in the community, or giving, TGH the opportunity to reinvest back in the community.
It's stuff like this, frankly, that is actually going to improve the outcomes of Māori and non-Māori across New Zealand. That's what we want to focus on.
E mea ana te whakaetanga ka pūmau tonu ki a Waikato Tainui, te mana pupuri o ngā whenua e ono rau te kauheketea te rahi. Kei te whānuitanga o ngā mahi pakihi ka tū ki konei ki Ruakura.
What we want to do and what our vision is that we want to work with iwi really strongly. We think, particularly in the National Party and particularly with this coalition government, that we actually believe in localism, we believe in devolution, we believe in empowerment that's consistent with mana matahaki, and as a result we think there's a lot more, as Tuku alluded to before, that we can be doing together.
We brought very complementary skill sets in terms of a global lens on real estate expertise with what is quite large and vast pools of capital to a very local and focused team that is able to unlock and has proven that, with the side we're standing on and others, that they can, bring this on.
Mā te mahi tei. E kore e te tuki ina kore mātou e mahi. E mahi tei.
Ko te pāka pakihi o Ruakura, he huarahi hononga ohanga nui rawa o Aotearoa. He tata ki te rima te kaumā rima katoa, te hua oroto ki Aotearoa. Te kawa pāora, Māukaha.
Our roving reporter is ready to go right now. So ka tahuria ki tātou ki aia iai nei. She's got some special guests with her. Ata whai, kei pia mai rā koe.
The dream, living the dream. Is awesome being here, and appreciate the opportunity to tell people a little bit more what we are about and how we feel we can help the youth coming into the industry. It is a dying breed, unfortunately. So, but it's people that only see scaffolding, they don't see that there is a career progression for them in the scaffolding industry. So, and that's why we're here and trying to get the young in, and yeah.
Oh, choice. How can our whānau at home that are watching get a hold of you? How can they contact you and the team?
Oh, the easiest is to go into our website, obviously totalscaffold.co.nz, and my number 021 718 753. So just reach out, keen to talk to people, and let's get the ball rolling and get people in employment.
Oh, you know what? I also love that you even shared your phone number. That's commitment to the people. That's commitment to your mahi, and I love that. Hey, your huarangatira is probably home going, what are you doing sharing your phone number?
I'm telling you, it's just an awesome day being here, and love it, eh?
Oh, tēnā rawa atu koe whai wāhi mai. Thank you very much for everything. Get a hold of them e te whānau haere ki te mātakitaki whai haere ngā whārangi pukamata pai ahua o Total Scaffolding pia tēnei te mihi. Tēnā koe. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Ka pai.
Kia ora no tātou te whānau ngā mihi kia koe a ta whai scaffolding. Now, as you can see, my hands are very smooth. So, I couldn't do scaffolding. I don't know. It's too heavy, too hard again. Nā moia mai tātou te whānau. It is, of course, winter. And sometimes, at home, it's hard to get the house heated up. And you might want something to help heat up the old body. And our sister over here has got a little bit of a price back there because I forgot too much. What have we got there?
We do have a Waikato Tainui bag here, and fortunately it's matching my top. But inside we have a few gifts. We have our hot water bottle as well for winter to keep you warm, but also you can just go around to each shop and just gather heaps of pamphlets and opportunities there as well if you want to get somebody's work card. But you just fill up your bag and you take that home with you. He koha ngā te iwi.
Hey, koha. I love that too because it's knitted and it's got Waikato Tainui on it as well. It's bougie. That's a new word, another bougie. Anyway, te whānau, there's heaps of opportunities here, okay, and we just want to keep encouraging you to come on down our tinana. And if you can't book at the pai, you can stay tuned into this live stream and we'll try our best to make sure that you feel the wairua o tere ki rangi from the comfort of your own home with te whānau. So one of the opportunities that we got here, and one of the giveaways, should I say, is a couple of nights at some of our hotels. Now we've got a few hotels that we've aligned ourselves with.
We do. So we have our Te Ariki Nui Pullman, which is close to the Auckland Airport, and next door we have Novotel as well. And then we have two others here in Waikato. We have our Novotel, based in town, and also our other hotel, Ibis, I think it is. Yeah.
So we've got a couple of nights to give away in whānau, but you have to be here tinana to enter into that draw, all right? Hey, ka tauhira ki tātou iai nei ki Atawhai, I believe. Yep, we're going back to Atawhai right now. Atawhai.
Hey, we're here with Courtney. What are you doing here, Courtney?
I am here with the Novotel and the Ibis hotels. So we are just showcasing our beautiful hotels and letting you know all the job opportunities that we have.
Oh, that was an awesome answer. What bloody awesome answer there. How have you stayed at all the accommodations?
Yeah. So we have quite a few hotels. We're here with just the Novotel and the Ibis in Hamilton, but we also Tainui look after the Pullman and the Novotel at Auckland Airport as well. So basically we just want to let people know the different job opportunities, and even if you do start as a room attendant, you can work your way up to be something more. Lots of our general managers who run our properties around New Zealand actually started in the laundry or started cleaning rooms and stripping beds, and they've worked their way up to where they are today.
Oh, Joyce, that's awesome news. And because are there much job opportunities? Like, for example, is there like 20 plus, 30 plus jobs going at all of the hotels in it?
Yeah, so if you look at all our hotels, definitely. At the moment, we have quite a big influx of people applying. So what we're trying to do is just get the CVs on our desks, and when our opportunity comes up, we can just reach out to those people rather than having to advertise and do things like that. So we're really encouraging everyone here today to email or give us your CVs, and we can leave them on file and contact you when something comes up.
Oh, cool. Well, no, e te whānau, no mai, haere mai ki te Hui-aa-Tau, come and talk to the team, eh? They're here, look at them. Beautiful, stunning mama doing the mahi for the people, for Waikato Tainui, and to look after and manaki all of our whānau that come into our hotels there.
Yeah.
Do you have any shout outs to anyone at home today?
I just want to shout out to my husband who's looking after my 2-year-old and my 9-month-old, so he's doing a great job.
Keep you on, husband. Keep you on, hubby, and awesome mahi mama. Tēnā rawa te koe whai wahi mai ki ngā iarere o Tainui Live o Waikato Tainui tēnei rā. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Hi, ngā mihi kia koe Atawhai. Thank you, man. She's a ball of energy, isn't she?
She is.
Out there grabbing up and rounding people up to have a kōrero with. You did an awesome job there, Atawhai. Koro katahi ko hinga, nā hinga whiua no hoki tēnei kaupapa I whakarite mō te iwi. She does a fantastic job, doesn't she? Every year.
She does, every year. And not just with Hui-aa-Tau, but with a lot of different events as well that the iwi run.
He momo, he momo te rā wahine. He momo rā wātu nei. Okay, so announcement has come out. Te Matatini will be hosted right here at Hopu Hopu 2027. Are you a hakanat?
I am.
Yes.
I am, yeah. So funny actually, because I was asked to do a job, but I said, I'm campaigning there to get there, so I can't.
Well, we'll get back to her to find out who she's going to be performing with later on. We're going back to Atawhai right now. Atawhai.
Well, whānau, it's Spark It Up time. We're here with the māngai from Spark Tēnā koe. Let the whānau know at home know who you are.
Kia ora, my name's Mary and I work at Spark, the digital equity space in the business. Yeah.
Oh, that's absolutely fantastic. Oh my gosh, I think of Spark, I think of my phone. What opportunities are there under the framework of Spark for people like me who don't quite know exactly what it is?
Yeah, so everyone would think that Spark's just phones, but we do mobile, we do broadband, but we're also in that technology space as well, and AI and all that, everything under that, yeah.
Oh wow, and because with all of those different avenues comes different job opportunities. Is there much jobs happening at Spark at the moment?
Well, 100%. So as we know, our world's evolving a lot more digitally, and so when we think about that and we think about AI, there are so many more jobs that are out there that we want to spread to Waikato Tainui and to everyone, especially in those underserved communities, our Māori, Pasifika and female. When we look at the percentage of Māori, Pasifika and female in tech, we need to uplift those numbers, and that's why we're here.
Oh, I love that, eh? I'm Māori and Pacific, that's me, that's you, that's us, eh?
Yes.
Oh, awesome, because you're here spending your Sunday morning. How do you feel being here amongst the Hui-aa-Tau this year?
Oh, it's so beautiful. It's such a beautiful day today. I think when we drove down, I was like, I just feel like I'm in nature. I feel like just, coming from Auckland. So it's beautiful, and we're very, very thankful to Waikato Tainui for inviting us here.
Oh, thank you so very much for taking your time out to come and educate and give opportunities for all of our Waikato Tainui registered people. Tēnā koe.
Thank you.
Spark it whānau, that's where it's at.
Yeah.
Ka pai ata whai ngā mihi kia koe. Now, before we went to Te Whai, we were talking about the Matatini, which Taimi Waka will be hosting right here at Hopopu 2027. Now, our sister over here will be campaigning because she doesn't want to work at Matatini. She wants to perform at Matatini. All right, so, Tūtaki, ko wai tō kapa?
Ko muri whenua.
Oh, ka pai, muri whenua, ka pai o te netai. Yeah, ka pai. And so tell us about muri whenua and the genesis of that open.
So muri whenua is a representative of 5 iwi up north. You have Ngāti Kuri, Te Aupori, Ngai Takoto, Te Raroa and Ngāti Kahu. And it's important for me to go home now and then as well, but I think Te Pātai Nui Pia is let's hope we make it in, e te whānau.
No doubt. So, okay, soprano, lead, alto, what are you?
Alto.
You're an alto?
Yes, I'm an alto. I wish I was a sop, but yeah, wow.
Yeah, I'm a shalto. Yeah, just scream. All right, so you're excited for Matatini to be, obviously, aroha atu ana ki te wai paunami me tāhua o te Matatini ia e nei kua nui ramo. So Waikato, of course, we're excited to host that. We're going to host it anyway in 2029, so it's just moving the calendar forward a little bit. I suppose with the Matatini and the mountain groups and the way that it's growing, how do you feel about that? Are you, because for me, just so you give you some context, for me, I reckon that we need to cut the groups. I think that we should go to maybe 3 puerohe, and that way we don't lose, the smaller regions, the ability to host. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think the same as well, e hoa. I think, and too, you can cut the days of Matatini as well, and schedule in every single group without having to drag it along as well. But I think it's awesome for us to host in up and coming years as well, just to see hopu being utilised and seeing all our whānau coming together to watch one thing that Māori love, kapahaka.
Yeah, absolutely. And when I think about our settlement back in 1995, I don't think anybody would have thought that hopu would be holding a Matatini. I know that we had the Matatini in Ngarua Wai here, well, the Aotearoa Māori Performing Arts Festival, I think it was called then, on the river, which was a brilliant backdrop, having a live, living backdrop with the river flowing at the back. That was gorgeous. And then we had it again in 2000 where it was on the river. But yeah, again, because of the size and the magnitude of what Matatini has become, we can't do that anymore. We can't hold it at Turinga Wawa.
So and imagine if we could, it would be amazing.
Oh, it'd be amazing.
Because kapahaka has evolved so much to this day that we're having to look elsewhere. But yeah, I remember those days.
Now, when I think back to 1992, I suppose you see the growth of kapahaka and how different it is now to then, right?
Yeah. I think there's been a lot of work.
Oh, sorry, Whana. I believe we're going to be crossing over to something. We'll be back with that corridor very shortly. I think we're going back to Atapai. Yep, crossing over now, Whana.
Kia ora nui te whānau, kei konei mātou, kei tētahi wahanga hau. Tēnā koe Morena.
Morena.
Who are you? Where are you from?
Kia ora te whane, ko Motuaki Simon tuku ingoa, no Ngārua Wāhia. I'm part of the carving team, and we're here at the Hui-aa-Tau. First time, I think it's been running for a few years, but this is the first time we came there and show what we do for our tribe. Yeah.
Show the whānau what you're about, what you get into. And you know, and I understand that there's a bit of a space, you have a gated section here. What's that all about?
Just following tikangai, there's no women allowed in where we carve. Just for Waikato anyway, we try and stick to the traditions. Yeah, good one, our old ones before us. Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you for that. Yeah. That was bloody awesome. And real quick, you know, what's something awesome that you've carved or that you've had a privilege to be a part of?
Mainly every project, just helping our whānau already, being able to help our whānau out, like maraes, some of our maraes around Waikato, projects that's coming into Waikato, new projects, it's been awesome.
Oh, you're awesome. The carving team are awesome. Hey, you awesome. Oh, well, tēnā rawa atu koe ko whai wāhi mai tēnei rā. Whānau, come on down, come and have a kōrero to the team, come and have a see, come and have a mātakitaki on what they're up to here at the Hui-aa-Tau. Otherwise, you can head on over to our Waikato Taonui Instagram, Facebook, and our website, and you can, if you want to be a part of the team, because is there more space for, do you need more covers?
Not at this point, but future, yeah. Gonna need, because I'm not here for a long time. I'm not here forever, so someone's got to take over. Hopefully our mokos, that's what I'm looking for, mokos, and yeah.
Oh, that's the one. O wawe te whānau, no mai, haere mai. Come down, have a kōrero to the team, come see what they're all about, and as you can see and feel the humble wairua o te rangatira nei tēnā koe. Thank you for joining us.
There's all the mic, so good. Oh, hey, kia ora tātou e te iwi, nau mai hoki mai ki tēnei papahotanga tātou. Nā, no mātou te whiwhi, no mātou te mai mari i te mea, kei tōku taha ko tēnei waku tuakana, me ana maihara nui, me tōna kaupapa e pāna ki te reo. Now, of course, Whakatupuranga 2050 was also about revitalising te reo rangatira, o tātou reo, ka meha to tātou reo rangatira, and we have the lead in that space right now. Ki taku tuakana, Jason, and me hatu ka koe.
Tēnā koe.
Now, one of the kaupapa, one of 8 programs that you got running in your arm of the iwi is Pai Kaka. What cohort are we on now?
We're in Te Rangapū Tuonu, or cohort 6. Nice. Cohort 6. So over the years we've got landed with COVID, and certain things sort of took away our ability to run our program. So year-wise, we're in our 7th year. Cohort-wise, we're in our 6th cohort. Yeah.
Beautiful. Okay, so tell us about Pai Kaka, how hata kaupapa nei, and who runs it?
Te Pai Kaka, kaupapa tēnei nā hei whakapakari o tātou nei hawa ko ngā paipai ana ki o ngā marae, engari te taha ki te reo ki ngā tikanga o ngā marae. So it's there to support our reo and tikanga advocates, I suppose, of our marae, to bring them all into one space, to learn from each other.
Yeah.
So it's definitely not it's a program where you're learning, but it's also a program where you're sharing. So Rahui and Pānia are original developers or facilitators of Te Pai Kaka. Pānia being Pānia and having a whole lot of different hats on at the moment, and being busy, everyone wants Pānia. And we're glad to have her in other spaces within our iwi. But she's handed these reins down to her to our tuahine Ngāringi Patipa. So Rahui and Ngāringi run our Te Pai Kaka program. But it's not something that anyone can get on. You have to be endorsed by your marae.
Okay.
Your marae identify you as someone who is in the future plans to ensure that the reo and tikanga of marae are healthy going forward.
Ka pai. Nō reira, kia koutou I hei ana ki te hono mai ki tēnei o ngā kaupapa. Me toro atu rātou ki o rātou marae committee trustees ane, ne?
Ai, mā te marae koe e tuku mai kia mātauna.
Ka pai. Now, as we just talked about earlier on there, that's just one of the many kaupapa that we have in your under your reign. What were some of the others?
Yeah, so me kira ko ngā hōtaka ko whakaritea he mea he ara piki kia te pai kaka. So timata mai ai ki te kāinga. We believe that reo starts in the homes. Yes. So we have a reo I kaipo program for in the homes. That program is tailored to certain contexts in and around the home, in the lounge, in the kitchen, in the gardens, aha koa te aha. So that's a program with 10 different packs, or 10 different moki. It looks at 10 different contexts within the homes. From reo I kaipo ka piki ki a reo kākoho. Reo kākoho is tailored to kia aro ki te pokapū o te reo me kira, ki ngā wete-wetitanga, ki ngā rerenga, ngā momo rerenga. So much so that of the 10, I don't even know most of them. 10 or 11, or some say there's 12. But yeah, so Reo Kako is a 3-year program actually that looks at all of that. Ka muti tērā, e mana ko hia ana, with help from other programs too, you know. Our programs alone ain't going to do this.
Yes.
You know, tō hokinga ki te marae, tō urunga ki hōtaka ki atu, wānanga ki atu, all of that hopefully gets you to pai kāka.
Beautiful. Love it.
But yeah, so tū I tērā, te ara kia te pai kāka. We have Reo Kāpuia, which is for our kaiako reo Māori, our kura Māori. Those wānanga run by kaiako, for kaiako, e ai ki ngā kaiako, ki tā rātou, ki te rā momo reo o roto I te rā horopaki o te kura. Reo Hui-aa-Tau e whai a rangatahi program that has different contexts over the year. For example, last year we had a wānanga on tango whakaahua, you know, the whakaahua wānanga. I think we have a kumara mārakai wānanga coming up, so it's all different contexts. We've had maurako wānanga, for rangatahi. And then there's Huinga Taniwha supports our marae to develop resources, working with our marae hapu to look at the repository, you know, resources e rā momo āhuatanga. Keep an eye for Ngāti Naho, who are in progress of creating a board game at the moment for our Pārangiriri. So yeah, there's, and then we have Tāpupukotia for our kaumātua. Tāpupukotia looks after our kaumātua. So it's a space for every reanga to be in and feel comfortable in their reanga. So once you get to Te Pai Kaka, it doesn't matter if you are rangatahi kaumātua rānei, ara ki te wāhi whakakotahi nei ngā puna mātauranga katoa.
Tāhua. Well, e mihi nei a koe, koutou koto kāhui, e puku mahi ana, ki te whāngai e nei tūmomo āhuatanga ki ngā reanga katoa, o tō tātou iwi e oha, nō re mihi atu ana ki a koe mā brau. Ana, i ai nei ka tahuri ake ki a tawhai, e tatari mai ana I tēnei wā, tā tawhai ki a koe te wā.
Kia ora te whānau, we're jamming! Oh yeah, we're jamming here at the Hui-aa-Tau, rua manaura te kamera. Oh, hey.
Okay.
Here we go, oh yeah! Okay, anyway, while we're having a kani, let the whānau at home know, ko ai koe no whia koe?
Hei, kia ora whanau, ko Paituri Toku Ingoa, no Waikato me Ngāti Mahuta ahau, and hey, beautiful day today here in Hopopu at the Hui-aa-Tau, and grateful to be here at the fight.
Oh, choice. Hey, I'm from Ngāti Mahuta too. I think you're my cousin. Hey, come to Hui-aa-Tau Te Whānau. You can find your long-lost cousins and come have a drumming with them at Te Whānau. Okay, what are you doing here anyway, cuz?
Yeah, so here on behalf of Kiwi staff, obviously with the whānau here. And Mainu, my mate Mainu, he's back there doing the mahi with the whānau. But yeah, here with Kiwi staff just to come connect with our whānau and obviously connect with the iwi, and no other better feeling to connect with our whānau here today.
Oh man, I think of Kiwis, you know, this is a sort of Pākehā and a company that serves all people, all Kiwis. What do you do?
So yeah, pretty much in a nutshell, whānau, we provide mahi for our whānau. So there's a few branches off Kiwi staff in terms of our mahi ready, which is our work ready for our rangatahi. Obviously Kiwi staff with our mahi placement, our mahi support team, which is probably our, I guess, our manakitanga arm of Kiwi staff, which is our pastoral care, and then where I'm involved is mahi progress, which is our training upskilling arm of Kiwi staff. So yeah, just a bit of in a nutshell of Kiwi stuff there.
Oh man, that's awesome mahi to be a part of, serving the people. Bro, if you have any shout outs, any mihi, or any words of encouragement to our whānau at home, kia koe te wā.
Yeah, cool whānau. Hey, if you're after any mahi yourself, your whānau, the cousins, the bro, anyone, come on down to Kiwi Staff. We're based on 201 Sandwich Road, and really a big important part for us is to be really a part of that community in terms of serving the community, our whānau, with not only mahi but also further upskilling and also further opportunities, not only in mahi but in life as well. So yeah, come on down whānau, come see us, or just come to the office on Monday and we'll catch you then. Cheers.
There you go, nicely said to whānau. You can also catch them on socials as well.
Yeah, not all on socials. Don't go to the TikTok though. I'll try to run away from the camera, the TikTok dances, but I think our wahine in the office are more keen on that one than me. So yeah, find us on all socials, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and all that jazz. So awesome whānau.
Short whānau, short paituri. Yeah, e te whānau no mai haere mai, no mai haere mai ki te kōrero ki te whānau mai a Kiwi staff. Also, you can find your long lost cousins like we just did as well, and have a kani while you're at it. Back to you, Pātara and Te Reinga.
Ka pai e te whānau. Today, tribal members have spent roughly $50,000 at Mitre 10 stores at Kirikiriroa after Waikato Tainui, and Mitre 10 announced its partnership launch in November. Puna Pakihi also had more than $2 million worth of quotes used for tenders as part of the Waikato Tainui partnership with Mitre 10 Te Rapa and Ruakura. Tribal members and marae have access to a tribal discount card that provides a discount of retail prices on purchases made at both Mitre 10 stores in Hamilton. Now check out the story from our very own Macy Cookie from Okaha.
Ko whakare waina te hikari whakangawari utu e Waikato Tainui, me Mitre 10 mega Kirikiriroa.
Every day before today, when you walked into Mitre 10, you walked in as an individual, but from today onwards, you walk in as a Waikato Tainui tribal member.
Kei konei tātou te whakamihi atu kia a Mitre 10.
E whakatinana ana a Glenda Taituha toka o Waikato Tainui i te mahere o te ara whakatupuranga, e aro nei ki te whakatairanga i te tuakiritanga o ngā mema o Waikato Tainui.
Part of our 5-year plan, part of Te Ara Whakatupuranga is a strategic objective called targeting our spend. And so this initiative is a part of that strategic theme.
This is our launch for a partnership between Mitre 10 Mega Hamilton, which operates out of here at Te Rapa and Ruakura, and it's a partnership between us and Waikato Tainui. It's all about how we can support the local iwi and give back through a rebate scheme and just support the wider community.
Ko Hayden Camp te kai whakahaere matua o Mitre 10 ki Kirikiriroa. Ko tōna hia kia whai wāhi te kamupene nei ki te tautoko i te iwi.
The biggest thing is probably about it is a partnership, and like even over the course of the time of working this through, it's actually how do we make it work and benefit both parties, and also how do we look at the wider community and how does it support them is probably the key part to it all.
So really what we're after is to better understand our tribal consumerism and our purchasing power. So how can we leverage off what we do on a daily basis to create gains for our whānau, for our marae and for our tribal businesses.
We have been part of Waikato Tainui for 17 years since we've been here. We've been on this site. So we see it as a very long-term partnership and working through how do we actually support not just Waikato Tainui, the iwi, but also all the businesses that fall under that as well. So we see it as a very long-term partnership.
Thank you to everyone for being here today. It's an important part of Mitre 10 Mega Hamilton to be part of our community. This partnership with Waikato Tainui is truly unique to us.
Ka mutu he timatanga noiho tēnei hononga i Wainganui i a Waikato Tainui, me Maira 10, e tautoko ana i ngā whānau, ngā marae, ngā puna pakihi, hei oranga mo ngā iwi whānui. Maisi Kuki, mā aukaha.
With Maira 10, and they're here today. They're cooking our barbecue at the whānau. Free kai for everybody who turns up here at Hopu Hopu i te rangi nei. Nō reira, nau mai hara mai e te iwi ki konei ki Hopu Hopu, ki te korotahi ai ki te iwi ka mutu ki a Waikato Tainui me ngā momo kaupapa ki a Waikato Tainui. And I've got one of our whānau here who also works for Waikato Tainui, Portia, ami kia koe. All right, so tell us about what you take care of.
Our team oversees the property and developments for Waikato Tainui. Our role is to manage and maintain most of our tribal whenua.
Ka pai. So tell us about some of the future, I don't know if you're allowed to talk about this yet or whether announcements have been made, but obviously future housing developments are in the pipeline at the moment.
So that's being led by our oranga team and our Hopu development team. At the moment, we're about to begin the first stage of building the new whare over here in Hopu. 57 homes. In the first stage, we've done a lot of mahi to transition our whānau that we're living here in Hopu to better accommodation. For the future, the hope is that once the whare are built, they'll be able to return here to warmer, safer, drier homes.
I love that. I love that. And of course, you know, 1995, it's taken us a while to get to this stage.
Yes.
And finally, you just have to be patient, right? We need to grow our asset base. We need to grow our putea so that we're able to return back. And we're starting to hit the ground now,
Yes.
Yeah, Kapa, are you excited about this?
I am. We are. It's taken a lot of years to get to this stage. We've also done all of the first stage was the new sports pavilion, the new maintenance facility. But the goal is to utilise our whenua for the benefit of our people. Yeah, exciting to see all of our tamariki come back to Hopu, and they were really rapt to see the new facilities that we've built for them as well.
Now, on top of that, of course, the Matatini's coming here as
Oh,
well. So
yes.
and that's just thrown on your plate as well to help.
Everybody's plate. Yeah, everybody's plate.
Excited about that though?
Yeah, we're all excited. We only have a 2-year window. Our team's role will be to ensure that the whenua and facilities are ready. But I think the good thing is for our iwi is we're great at coming together to deliver these big kaupapa with really short notice.
Now, I suppose from a logistical point of view, there's thousands of people who'll be coming here, and I've seen people come in for sports. I've seen us come in here for Tainui games and that. Is there any logistical challenges that you see leading into the Matatini that you need to take care of?
Well, there'll be a few. The great thing about Hopu though is that we have hosted events with thousands of people in it. All of our marae are ready to host. We've got, I understand, we need everybody on board to be able to host the multitudes that are going to descend on Hopu.
Beautiful. And your thoughts on the day today?
Oh, amazing. There's so many people, and there's hundreds of people here, and at the same time we've got our schoolboys still happening at the other end of Hopu on a Sunday. So yeah, fantastic.
Okay, so last thing, the annual general meeting is about telling everybody about the year that's gone. What was probably your biggest highlight of the year got today?
For me, I think all of our kaimahi get so involved in our own work, and it was really good to come and listen to what everyone else within the tribe is doing. And really good today, the Hui-aa-Tau are really important to the work that we do, because it's an opportunity for us to get the feedback from our people so that we know what we're going to do in the future for them.
Well, Portia, tēnā koe whai wahia tika tātou tēnei ata, and I know that it's your day off, but we roped you in today, so awesome. He wai, kei taku moio, kei te tatari mai a Atawhai, no reira we'll cross over to her right now. Atawhai, kia koe te wā.
Yay! Hui-aa-Tau and Doc is here. Not only Doc, but our rangatahi who serve and work for Doc. Let the whānau home know who you are.
Ko Maia Tupu Paraku tōku ingoa, and I'm a HMV ranger at Te Papa Atawhai. Department of Conservation.
I love that. Te Papa Atawhai of all names, eh? Your name, babe?
Kia ora, I'm Lini Tirokawa. I also work for the Department of Conservation and the Biodiversity team.
Wow, how old are you?
I'm 18.
20.
18 and 20. What made you want to work for Te Papa Atawhai?
It wasn't more of a want. I didn't even know this department existed, if I'm being 100% honest. But I came through a recruitment agency and they said a 3-month internship with the Department of Conservation. It sounded really cool, so now I'm here.
And now how are you enjoying it?
I love it, honestly, because before this it was in a warehouse, and this is way better being outside in the sun every day, meeting new people, doing new things. I didn't think I'd be here like a year ago now, but I'm loving it.
Oh, good girl. I love that for you. What about you? What made you start? What brought you here today?
So I used to work for a company called Puniu River Care, and with that it also gave me a certificate for river inductory. So that helped me get into this department, and I soon realised I want to do more outside mahi, and I love it. It's something I want to continue doing for the rest of my life and hopefully forever. So yeah, I love it. I love it.
Clearly doing great things there, Doc. Clearly doing awesome things if our rangatahi are enjoying it. Hey, if you have some cousins or some mates who don't quite know what they want to do with themselves and their lives, what do you want to say to them?
Join Doc. Honestly, you can get so many things and you can meet so many new people. It's amazing. Join Doc.
And because what's other than being outside, you know, what are some skills or things you've learnt along the way, or like what are some responsibilities that you have, like, you know?
So apart from being outside, definitely the tickets that you earn, so getting your 4-wheel driving certificate, your chainsaw certificate and your predator trapping certificate as well. They're good for your CV, so yeah, definitely recommend getting into that type of stuff.
Oh, mana wahine, akina, I didn't even know you could get your chainsaw license. I didn't even know that was a thing. And look, he's way younger than me, and you knew that, and you said, you know, you're upskilling, you're being a part of the kaupapa, and now you're here at Tainu Games. And how are you enjoying today? It's a beautiful day, eh?
Yes, it's a beautiful day. The sun is out. We're booming over there, and it's just so cool. Especially the kids are interested in conservation as well, not just because of our taxidermies, but also the pamphlets that come with them. And it's just so cool to see that everyone wants to take care of the environment. I love it.
I love that. Kai tākitanga ake nei tēnā korua mo te taki te taia, tēnā korua mo te whai wahi atu ki tēnei o ngā mahi o te Papa Atawhai. Any last shout out?
I just want to give a shout out to the whole department of Doc, especially Eddie. Without him, we wouldn't have been able to be here. And a big shout out to Waikato Tainui for hosting this. He's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, also shout out to Waikato Tainui and Eddie, and also shout out to our Waikato district office, because yeah man, it's amazing.
Oh well, there you have it, e te whānau. You've heard it here first. What an awesome and fantastic lane to be a part of, and a journey to be a part of. Doc Te Papa Atawhai. Tēnā rawa te korua ko whai wahi mai I tēnei rā. Back to you, Pat, tēnā te reina.
30 years on from the signing of the Raupatu settlement, we have the opportunity to remember the legacy of our past, to honour those who have contributed, and to share the lived experiences and insights of those who were there and are still here through a series of narrative of stories.
Tainui, by agreeing to settle, really set the path forward. If that hadn't happened, we could still be back there arguing.
We remember those that paved the way.
Waikato Tainui and parts of Taranaki suffered actual military confiscation of their lands.
We weren't driven by Crown policy, we were driving the tikanga of settlement.
30 years on, join us in honouring their courage.
This was not an overnight thing, right? We have been very consistent in our messaging around the importance of our awa and our relationship, but also around improving the water quality and the health and wellbeing of our tupuna.
Their vision.
Just repeating yesterday is not leadership. You've got to see a different tomorrow.
Our legacy.
Definitely moved, absolutely proud of the developments that our iwi have done.
Te Hauo Mākuru, Raupatu, 30 years on.
Tēnā tātou e te iwi no mātou te whiwhi, te tino wai mari e whai wāhi atu tātou ki tēnei o ngā ihopu manoa, tēnei o ngā wahine toa, ko rone e takahai nei tēnei a momo ara, te tōranga apu, te pakanga mō te iwi Māori, te take kamatu mō tātou a Waikato Tainui. Engari i tēnei wā, we've seconded her to become an interviewer and to be the face of our documentary that we put together, Te Hau o Makaru, na nai mahuta e mihi nei ki a koe whai wāhi atu ka tātou i tēnei ahi.
Well, e mihi nei ki a tātou. Te tai ki tēnei huina nui mo tō tātou nei iwi, ka pai te aro whakamuri me ki ngā tau toru tekau, kia anga whakamua. Nō reira, nāku te waimari.
Now, taking us back 30 years, 1995, of course, the signing of the settlement. Is this the foresight? Is this what you saw?
I think this is what those old people who had the determination to settle Raupatu envisaged, that we would be looking to strengthen our resilience, build on the legacy of the past, but also be courageous about our future. And let's face it, our tamariki and our mokopuna deserve the very best of the gifts that they have been given from their tupuna, all of them.
Yeah. Now, of course, you've had the opportunity to go around and interview those who were there during that time that are still with us now, and for them to share their memories and their thoughts on this kaupapa. Being a young kōtiro, seeing that coming through at the time, how's that been for you, travelling around talking to all these people?
Humbling, because you realise that the experiences of those who were there and their recollections give texture to our history, and also the insights and the learnings. And then you start to realise, gosh, there were so many stories that we haven't captured, and the children and the mokopuna who are around those old people at the time, I think Te Hau o Mākuru will bring back those types of memories. But I think in capturing the stories that we have captured, we're acknowledging everybody. Everyone has a story, and it's important to share those stories with your whānau, and then if we can, share the learnings with the iwi.
Now, everybody's got a perception, I think, that you know everything to do with this kaupapa, and everybody that's been around there. Anything surprise you in this quarter?
No, nothing surprised me, but I felt that everyone who participated in the series were very generous with their insights. It's important to capture the good things and the challenging things so that we can heal as an iwi, because Raupatu in itself damaged us over time. Going into a settlement damaged us because no one had a playbook or a rule book on how to do this. Everyone was basing their decisions on trust and faith. And then we had some good times and some hard times. And the most important thing is that we heal through this experience, learn from it, and make sure, again, that we can be courageous because we've locked in the learnings.
30 years on, how do you feel about the iwi and where we're at the moment?
Well, you know, there's a lot of emphasis on building capacity within the iwi so that we can live the mana motuhake aspiration that our tupuna envisaged for us. What that means at home, though, is it would mean that we are creating an ecosystem where we are enterprising. You know, people own their home. Our tamariki are being very successfully educated in Te Ao Māori, but also in the world that they're engaging in, which is becoming more global. So where we're at as an iwi, I think, is in a space where we can now figure out, okay, what's this next 30 years going to look like in order to strengthen our mana motuhake vision. And I think it's all going to go back local, back to our marae, back to our whānau.
Okay, before we wrap this up,
and all of that stuff.
What's your next career pathway? Is it TV,
No.
television?
I'll leave that to the experts like you and Natawhai. But look, it's been humbling, but I'm happy contributing to my whānau and my marae, and also doing a bit of research, writing, all of that stuff. Yeah, I'll put my hand to most things.
Well, e mihi ana ki a koe ki mō ngā mahi oti a koe roto i ngā tau. And kaore kore ngā mahi kei mua i a koe. And I have no doubt that you'll be at the forefront of many things that are coming in the future for us as a people. So e mihi atu ana ki a koe te tuahine.
Kia ora.
Nā nai mahuta e te whānau, me ana kōrero e pāna ki te Hau o Makaru. It's on YouTube right now. Check out the Waikato Tainui and the Tainui Live socials. So we've got a link there to the whole series, so make sure you check it out every week, whānau, every week.
Or intro could be Māori or good. Hey, tēnā koe o kōrero whakamahuki na noia ā-tāhua kene. Well, speaking of ā-tāhua, I've found this ā-tāhua cousin of mine here at the Hui-aa-Tau whakamuhia tukitiwi. Ko ai koe no whia koe?
Kia ora, ko Jerome Te Pāta Kungwai, huri tēnei no Koroki Kauhura.
Oh, nice, eh? That's why I say beautiful, eh? Stunning. But he's taking it to whānau. Anyway, what are you doing here? How are you feeling being here today?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Good to see all of our whānau here. I've been to a few of these AGMs with other iwi, and it's good to see a bit of engagement from our tamariki and wider whānau as well.
Oh, very nice. So what do you do for mahi? For our whānau that don't quite know?
We're a couple of hats, so I'm a property valuer by trade, so I work in Tāmaki valuing commercial and industrial property. I also sit on Te Reo Ngāti Whātua's board and the commercial arm, and also assist with the fisheries, and I also sit on Kenny Whitingako's board as well with the housing stuff we're doing over at Pōharapa.
So quite onto it, whānau. He's an onto it lad, that is why he is taken. Anyway, what are some opportunities for our people with your different hats? What's one awesome opportunity, or how can they contact you and all that sort of stuff?
I'm going to do a little bit of a plug here. So there is a shortage of Māori across the board for property. 90% of our assets are tied up in property. I've said this in the past, we need more Māori in this space, and I'm willing to help out. There are 3 places in New Zealand that do the property degree: Auckland Uni, Massey University and Lincoln. So please do reach out if property is of interest to you, because you can only look just to the side that Tainui Group Holdings and their stall, and I'm seeing how involved they are with property.
Ka tika, you know, you have those kōrero like, you know, mākua noe hanga I tōku nei whare. Well, we need people to help build the whare and think for the whare, eh?
Pono marika.
Well, if you have any more shout-outs to any whānau, kei koe te wā.
Oh,
Or to anyone.
just to my wider Waikato Tainui whānau. It's good to be here and start getting my whānau to mingle with them. Lately my time's been tied up with my Ngāti Whātua side, so it's good to come back home and just be present. So yeah, ka mihi kia koutou katoa.
Oh, ngā mihi kia koe. Back to you, Pātara and Te Reinga.
Kia ora te iwi. Now, one of the big kaupapa that we host biannually is our Tainui Games, okay? And this is where all 68 marae get to represent their marae in various sporting activities. Now, Rukumoana was there, they represented Rukumoana. Okay. But you never into our Tainui Games?
I haven't, no, but I've seen a lot of video shots of Tainui Games, and I've always wanted to go. Yeah.
No, it's absolutely fantastic. I mean, we have all sorts of sports, and it's more around a whānau environment. Now, the difference is it's not about winning the sport itself.
Are
or
you
taking
sure?
the trophy. No, well, yeah. So you get a point for, I think you get 2 points for winning it overall, but you get 3 points for wairua pai. So it's all about the wairua that you present at the sport that gets you the maximum points available, because we didn't win a lot of the sports, but we won the wairua pai, and then they gave us the overall trophy in the end of the day. So, and I like that. I like the fact that you have Mokopuna and Kaumātua playing together in sports. Up north, your whānau up north, I believe they hold marae power wars, those sort of things.
Yeah, they do actually, in a small town called Kaiō, similar to, but not as big as the Waikato.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
so it is quite small, but I've always wanted to go, so maybe next time I'll be there.
One thing I've always loved, and I saw this on YouTube, is the Pawarenga horse racing. That is awesome. You're a horse rider yourself?
I'm not, but I love to go and watch as well.
Yeah.
I love seeing all the rangatahi on the horses. Yeah, it's awesome.
No, it's absolutely fantastic. And once again, wrap up, what's your thoughts on the day so far?
I think it's awesome. The crowd have been piling in each and every minute of the day, and it's an awesome day. It's beautiful.
And you can definitely feel that with everybody that Atawhai has been interviewing thus far. I'm going to cross over to her. I believe she's got someone else that she's going to have a chat to.
Alright, with Tainui Games 2025, a first ever. History being made today. E te hoa, let the whānau at home know what's going on here today.
Yes, so we've got the first Nakapiti here, 2025 Tainui Games, and we are very excited here from CrossFit Kotahi. We put the whānui out that we're running it, and we had a huge
response to this tautoko this day, and we are so excited to share this with you all and get Nakapiti out there for our whānau.
Yes, awesome to have something new here at the Tainui Games, being Nakapiti. Usually I'm on the touch fields over there playing touch growing up all my life, so kind of shifted into a bit of a functional movement type tauara space, and now it's awesome that we can sort of bring our mahi to what we do day to day into our iwi and being Tainui Games.
And for all of our whānau who don't know as well, you were also the first to ever to bring Nakapiti to the first Koroneihana, and today the first here for the Tainui Games. How does it make you feel?
For the Koroneihana, I had tears in my eyes seeing the tamariki, starting with their CrossFit journey. So, yeah, again here, we're just very honoured. I can't even, got no words to express how it feels for us. So we're very, very grateful. I'm very blessed and, so excited for today.
Obviously, CrossFit Kotahi, very honoured to being announced to be able to host this event here. And in all my whānau, all our kaimahi who have taken their time to come and help us to run this event. Obviously, shout out to my marae, Maunga Tautari. We've been flying high with all the other sports, so let's try and do well again today.
Now, talking about Tainui Games, one of the new sports that we added to our calendar is nakawhiti or CrossFit. I got tired just watching that.
Me too.
You ever given that a go before?
I have, yeah. Fortunately enough, I was a member at Kurt's gym at Kotahi. He was one of the main facilitators for the CrossFit at Tainui Games this year.
Yeah, so obviously you like it? What's
well, because I have a kaumātua back, I had to end my membership.
Yeah, me and my kaumātua knees as well. Yeah, that's tika rawati there. And talking about kaumātua, we had an opportunity to celebrate our kaumātua. Ko roa nei, e aki nei, e poi nei, te hunga rangatai, rātau mā anō hoki, para te huarahi, mō mātau e ora nei te nei wā. And one of the reasons why we want to celebrate our kaumātua is not only because they're in their twilight years, but because of all the sacrifices that they made for us to be able to thrive today. And when I look at my kura, rākau manga, tō mātou waimari ki te whai wāhi atu ki tō tātou reo rangatira, mai kore ake kua tātou kaumātua. We wouldn't have been able to have that, the fight that they did. And I believe I saw Timmy might be walking around here, one of the tamatoa who went to Parliament and protested for te reo te take. And I know that a lot of our whānau from up north were also part of that tamatoa contingent as well. But bringing generations together through sports and culture is exactly what our kaupapa is right now. I believe we've got up to 5 waiting in the wings once again. Tauraki kai.
Ka pai, kia ora nui te whānau. We're here with Mike from Envico. Did I say that right?
That's right, Envico. You got it.
Awesome. How are you feeling today, bro?
Oh, good. I've talked to a lot of people and a lot of interest, and it's a great kaupapa here, so it's been great turnout here, so it's been awesome.
Awesome. Yeah. So Envico, explain to the whānau at home, what is that?
Cool. So in Vico we do a lot of technology in the conservation space. So we're trying to eradicate our predators, so the possums, rats and stoats, plus also regenerating our native forest as well. So we're planting native seed pods. So doing that at a large scale, just about to get our whenua back. It should be.
And when you say large scale, how do you cover a large scale?
We do that with drones. So with native reforest, we can plant an area of 100 hectares in one day using our seed pods. So it's taking that manual labour out of it, a bit of that health and safety as well, going up steep terrain and bringing down the cost as well. It's a large cost about to manually plant by hand. With drones, because we can do it quite quickly, it's reducing the cost a great amount.
Wow, so you're a bit of a drone flyer then, eh?
Oh, a little bit, yeah, done a little bit, been in aviation for the last 20 years, so yeah, and I've been in the drone space for the past 3.5 years.
Wow, yeah. And so anyone who wants to be a part of this awesome movement and giving back to our whenua and all that sort of stuff, how do you get your tickets, or how does that work?
Yeah, we're trying to showcase what our tamariki can do and inspire them to go on to be in that technology space. It's great, and you can be an engineer, you can be a drone pilot, you can be an ecologist, you can be a biologist, you can be a chemist, and that's all under what we can do as well. So it's about to provide inspiration to the young people around there as well.
Oh, that's inspiring, man. Oh, wow, that's amazing, mahi, droning and dropping seeds all over the place, you know, in all the hard-to-reach places. Hey, smart on a hard, eh?
Yeah, it's all good. I love it. It's good work, good mahi to be a part of, and good people to be around as well.
Oh, awesome. Is this your first Hui-aa-Tau?
It is, yeah. Got brought along because we've been taking on some interns from Tainui as well, so we got invited along to showcase our kaupapa, so it's awesome to be here.
Oh, cool. See, look, whānau, you can even come and be an intern, bit of work experience sort of stuff. So how does the whānau get a hold of you? Use it all over socials, yeah?
Social media, not so much. We're too busy going to head down doing some work, but jump on our website, invicotech.co.nz. And we have got Facebook and we have got Instagram as well, so jump in there, give it a search, and we're there.
Oh, thank you so very much,
awesome.
Mike, for joining us. Awesome, mahi. Keep yous on.
Awesome.
And thank you for joining us here today.
Thank you so much.
Back to you, whānau.
Kia ora, my name's Cameron Baker, and I founded Invico Technologies. So we use drones to do aerial services, everything from aerial surveying to automated pest detection using AI to aerial baiting using drones. From their ground control devices called the Spitfires, they're long life devices you can leave in the field targeting possums, stoats and rats. And then we've got the aerial sea pods that we use to reforest. If we could scale these drones and have, multi-flying operators all over the world using these drones, planting seed pods and recreating forests, you're targeting 1/3 to 2/3 of the carbon emissions that we're creating on the planet. So for me, the biggest vision is solving climate change. Starting an internship here with Invico, getting exposure on maintaining aircraft such as the drones, but also getting exposure to all the technology that goes on behind them.
Ia tūheitia. Tō reira, i ngā mate, o te tau, o te marama, o te wiki, tainoa mai ki tēnei wā, haere koutou moi mai. Kia ora rātou, i tēnei rā. So, just by way of a very quick intro, thank you for making the time to come here today so that we can give you a sense of where this iwi is heading, its aspirations, its plans, its work activity, its achievements, and the challenges that are before the most racist government that has ever taken power in this country. So, tēnā koutou. We want to start with a video to honour our King. Tēnā koutou. Welcome. We're going to have an amazing day. Kia ora.
I haven't turned it off.
I tūheitia pōtatau te whero te tuawhitu. Ko koe te whakatinanatanga o te mana Māori motuake. Nā utonu i arahi, tō iwi Māori, kia kotahi. Kia kotahi te mahi, kia kotahi te kōrero, kia eke ki tō tātou mana Māori motuake. Moi mai, e rangi. I tō moenga roa, I tō maunga tapu o taupiri, e tūmaina. Tākiri tū ko te kotaitanga. This is the lasting legacy left by King Hui-aa-Tau. It was his challenge for Māori to unite across this country in the face of one of the most racist governments ever to take power, at a time when everything meaningful, Māori policy, Māori laws, Māori health, was being smashed and demolished by the national-led coalition government. The King took it upon himself to challenge our people to come together so that we could build a plan to future-proof our future, to build a new era of prosperity. And this triggered 3 hui. One at Tūranga Wāwai at home, one in Kahungunu, and the final one in Christchurch. It was an opportunity for Māori across this country to talk in a significant and a meaningful way. But the challenge for the King didn't just stop with tribes across this country. He challenged also our iwi to work together, shoulder to shoulder. TGH, te whakakitenga, te ara-taura, working in unison so that we could make sure that our people prospered during difficult times. For us, that will always be his lasting legacy. Tākiri tū, o te kotaitanga.
Ngā e te iwi e, kia mau ki te mana motu hake. Morena! What a great wakato morning for all of us, eh? Could see you all through the kohu. Ngā mihi nui kia tātou. As as the King left us, that we work in collaboration with each other as whānau hapu and iwi, as entities of this group, as iwi of the motu, we bring you our collective report today as the leaders of these entities. So, haunga te ko ai, we all here kia eke panuku te waka o Waikato, ki roto i ngā mahi, eh? So, again, we have the leadership from the iwi here today, and our apologies from Marama Muru-Lanning, who just couldn't join us today. I'll be giving her report on her behalf. So, just to remind us of the fabulous iwi we are, kotahitanga is a dui, not a be, eh? It's a verb. So, kotahitanga, the way we exercise it, kia ora, Ruth. And celebrate yourselves, please.
Whakatupuranga 2050, ki uitanga, whaia, o te mana motu hake.
koe anō rā, tēnā rā koutou te ngā marae maha o Waikato Tainui. And the real heroes of the games, other than all the hands that touch the work, are your marae coordinators who somehow wrangle us all into teams, into everybody, and end up with too many people all on the day. Saying that they're the real heroes of the Tainui Games. But again, all of those activities, that leadership from our marae, that's the energy that we all want to build into, because the future is ours at te iwi. And the future of mana motuhake means a lot more being done out there by you for the iwi. Enabled by the centre here, enabled by different processes, but you're doing it, and you're changing lives wherever you are. It's been my privilege to serve for, we're halfway through now, a year and a half into whakakitenga, but also coming into the 30 years since we settled our Raupatu settlement. So wanting to acknowledge, I guess, on behalf of everybody that worked on the settlement, 3 heroes that left us in this last kora and joined the king in his tira. Timuki Whakatane McLean was a trust board member at the time of the settlement. And he was young at heart, still in his old age, but he had total belief that our rangatahi would take us forward. And he definitely grew that in us, the young ones that worked around him at the time. Niwa Nuri was our, again, to all the beanos in the room, bean counters, all respect to you. You can do my taxes any day, mate. Niwa's, that's his whānau, that was his area of expertise that he brought into the negotiations. Mihi nui ki te whānau te arawa, nā rātou i te aki. And of course Dr. Shane Solomon, who most of you would have heard speaking just before now. For all of the lawyers in the house, lucky Shane wrote it all down. Yeah, so he did a full record of our settlement history as his koha back to the iwi, although he had spent much of his life teaching us that as well. So no, they represent all of those that did the work. Many of you in the room had tupuna, aunties, uncles, koros, that all did the work, whether they got on the train to go to Wellington, fundraised for it, or whatever part they played. They wrote affidavits, stayed up, went to all the fundraisers. So that we could be here today. And we thank you for that legacy proposition, because 30 years in, we are all better off. We can all say we've moved somewhere along the journey. So coming back to you, what is it that we do in this house for you? For those of you, if this is your first time, that little name in front of you, that's the marae that sits where you're sitting. And they come and represent your voice in the house. And we represent your voice as it pertains to this Whakatupuranga 2050, what we want for all of our iwi, our mokopuna to aspire to, So not rocket science, that's the dream. These are the resources. Now how do we make that happen? That's the magic at Dewi, and you're part of that by being here today. So in this last short year, what have we done as Whakatupuranga? We're in year 2 of a 5-year plan. So yay to us for being in year 2. And we're learning every time. We are 30 years settlement young and year 1 of a 5-year plan. So add that all together, it's not bad at Tiwi. This is our first collective chairs report. So we've changed the format to make it easier for you and make it easier for our people, because whereas before we used to report as entities, we want to report as Whakatupuranga now. Doesn't really matter which hat we've got on, as long as we're accountable. We can assure you that we either did or didn't do what we're going to do, and we plan better for the future, kapai. So that's this effort in front of you today. Our participation, so this room, and I'm speaking for this room, not Te Arataura, told us yesterday, we had our AGM yesterday, we are the 80% club. By 80%, I mean we show up 80% of the time for you. So I challenged us, what does it take for us to show up 100% of the time for the iwi? What's our mark of pride? Do we show up at all our marae meetings when you ask for us to bring back the news from Te Whakakitenga? How are we tying that taura to this house and being accountable for you in the whare? So those again, strengthening exercise for Te Whakakitenga, so that we are a better kawe kōrero, both from our marae whānau into here, and from here back out to our marae. And probably for my part, and those of us who are old enough to have been voted in for the settlement, if you're my age, put your hand up, about mid-50s, you voted, Yeah, it's important. Did you vote for the settlement 30 years ago? Put your hand up. So I need all the young people in the room to look at those hands, because we need you voting, karima. It has to be that important. It was important 30 years ago. We need you voting in a couple of months' time too, but I'll go on about that in a minute. But 30 years on, we need to start leaning into that future. We have a beautiful opportunity with the Queenie leading her generation, her reanga, and that optimism. Let's lean into that, whānau. I want to be one of the olds that get to retire because I've got so much confidence in my future. Ne? I want to be the nanny that doesn't have to stand up because, man, look at my pai. Yeah, and I just want to have backs, look after the leadership of the future and stop picking on them and tearing ourselves apart. That's who I want us to be as olds, yeah? And I want to live long enough to see it all, not die in the roles. So if those are promises to ourselves, how do we be those people? So pretty soon you'll start hearing wānanga that want to talk about our next 30 years. Please come, see yourself there, see your mokopuna there. I'm not going to say when and where because I'll probably get all the dates wrong. But thank you for your time today. We're going to quickly move on through the reports now. And Donna and Tuku, ko korua tēnei. Thank you.
As I look across the room, there are lots of people who have first time here in this house. So for your benefit, yesterday we acknowledged our senior leadership team. Donna Flavel is the CEO. Can I have her team, please? Can you stand? The senior leadership team. So those are the people, including Donna, that make things happen in this iwi. Inarangi can introduce her commercial senior management team, but for the purposes of this part of the presentation, I want you to make sure that you see these people because these are your eyes and hands that do the work. So, as we said in the introduction, we are trying to bring to life kotahitanga across the group. Whakakitinga the Parliament, Tainui Group Holdings, Te Aratauta, all working in unison, all in a much more collegial and cohesive way. So it is true that for the first time we have streamlined our presentation, but this year has been filled with protecting our settlements. This government has changed every piece of legislation that relates to Māori, and especially when we get to Resource Management Act and the changes to that, and to water. We have made more than 30 submissions to parliamentary select committees. Donna and I have met so many times with government ministers to protect our settlement. So this government is always good at trying to find smart ways of trying to get around our settlements. And we're pretty sharp at protecting them. We're in the High Court at the moment over water. And we have joined later in another claim against the government. So we are busy fighting this government because we have to. That's the only way to protect what we have. The beauty about our settlements is that they are bespoke, which means they are unique. We're the only iwi that have what we have. Co-governance, co-management over the river, all of those things, we're the only iwi that have it. So we've got to fight hard. The other responsibility that we have is that we are also members of the Iwi Chairs Forum, which involves 76 iwi around the country. And because her and I lead the Hui-aa-Tau, which is the Environmental and Regulations Committee, we have to fight for every other iwi in this country as well. So we're not only fighting to protect ours, but we're fighting to protect others, and there are other iwi that haven't settled. So you can imagine how tough it is, but we're up for it. And we have said to the Prime Minister and to his ministers, you touch our settlement, we're into court the next day. She's got a much nicer voice than you, so.
Tēnā tātou te whānau, tēnā tātou ngā marae maha. Ngā mihi nui kia katoa i tātou nei. E tautoko ana ngā mihi ki o tātou te araki nui, koini ngā waihono i te pō, pai mārire, o tira tēnā tātou. Kia ora whānau. Morena, morena. I've got all the detail to go through, so it's a little, bear with me because it's quite a lot of information, but please note all of the information is in here, and I'm just going to try and give you a bit of a snapshot of some of the highlights that have taken place over the year, give you a bit of a snapshot of our financial position, and further details will be also outlined by Henerangi when she gets to her part of the report. And then I just want to talk to you about some of the work that we're going to look forward, going to do in the future. So, ka pai. So bear with me as I kind of work through all the detail. So the first slide is really just giving you a bit of an overview of our financial results for our team. And basically, outside of the distributions we receive as part of our annual distribution from Tainui Group Holdings, we've also been able to generate our own income to contribute to supplementing our work program. I guess part of that is income made out of the Crown funding, and I'll give you a really good example. Tainui Live, that's all externally funded, and so that actually contributes to part of this pūtea. Our mokopuna ora contract, so the work that our team does with oranga tamariki to try and keep our babies out of care, that's all part of this income that's come in. Some of the other gains in terms of our asset evaluation, that's come through from our Mercer funds. So those are our funds that are invested and managed by our Chief Investment Officer from Tainui Group Holdings. And I guess overall, our net profit has been 44.2 million for this year. Ka pai. So our total assets, 718.3 million, that fits into our overall consolidated accounts. Ka pai. Our next slide, this is just giving you a bit of a breakdown and a snapshot of our social investment. So these are all of our funding going out, or funding that has been used for our initiatives that we run. So if you look at our grants that we distributed this year, this last financial year, was 25.5 million. So those cover things like our kaumātua grants, our taiao grants, our education grants, all of that funding is direct out. It also includes our marae grants, and as you would see, it's a little bit down from last year, but we had a special distribution that went out last year because we performed so well and we had a relativity payment. In terms of our tohu, we spend about 4.8 mil on some of our initiatives that go out. These are all the programs that our team runs. This is all the work that we do in terms of our activities across our plan, and you'll see all that detail, like I said, in our annual report. And then we have our strategic projects. The strategic projects are pretty new. We've learned over the last 5 years on being a little bit more agile, but some of those strategic projects, again, have been outlined in our plans, and that's some of the things that we're doing, like responding to some of the Crown policy, because those are things that sometimes we haven't planned for. So we need a bit of pūtea to be able to respond to those types of activities. So our total investment spend is around 32.7 mil, which is quite a lot of pūtea whānau that goes out directly to our whānau, and it's probably about more than 60% of that pūtea is distributed directly out. So, and in terms of some of the tohu and the activities, this is just a snapshot. I'm not going to go through all of the detail because it's in there, but I just wanted to talk about the ōrākau remembrance bill. So in February, we had a law that was passed to return the whenua back to the iwi to manage, and it is to recognise the events that happened there in terms of the land wars and the raupatu. And 9.7 hectares was returned between Maniapoto, Raukawa and Waikato to manage on behalf. So our next task, now that the whenua has been returned, what are we going to do with that and how are we going to manage that and reflect the time. So I think that was a good milestone for us. So it takes a lot of work to tune that through. And sometimes it makes you, like this government, on the one hand, they're fighting us and then they give back a taonga like our ōrākau whenua. So I think it's a good highlight there. In terms of our next slide, just around the tribal identity, I I say to us, we're actually increasing our tribal member database. We're breeders whānau. So we've got, our number of members have actually increased about by 5%. So we're now 94,000 members, iwi strong number. So I can imagine that that will grow over time. We've got really good data now, so this is a real number. We've also, make sure that we go through a process to, when some of our whānau pass on, we've got pretty good data and relationships to identify when that happens. And then for our babies who are also born, we've got a really good process for that. So it is a good number to have. Everyone, and it just in terms of the increase, I feel like people are really proud to be part of Waikato. In terms of our tribal success, this is really a lot of our work that our team is doing around our mahi in the education space, but also in our employment and career pathway space. So not all of our whānau want to go to university, and we recognise that. So, how do we create jobs? How do we find a different way of doing things to be able to enable our whānau into strong career pathways? And then we're also probably the one iwi who has the most amount of environmental commissioners that have been trained, so we can actually sit on hearing panels making decisions for what happens in our taiao space, which is a really good place to be in my mind. So we've got the most number of people who are registered, most number of people who can sit on our hearings, and unfortunately we've lost Shane, who was one of our few that could sit as a chair. So we've got one other. So that's probably our next mission, is to try and find other members who can be the chair of those hearings. In terms of our social and economic well-being, there's lots in here, but I really just want to talk a lot to the work that our team are doing around social procurement. A lot of and you'll see it in the video that's yet to come, but we have a lot of our tribal members who have registered now. There's a huge increase because they can see the opportunities. For all the mahi that we do, whether it's a big build or a big design, how do we actually make sure that our tribal members can participate in the system so that they can be part of it? So that dollar that we're investing actually goes back into our own communities, that goes back into our own people, and goes back into our own tribal member businesses. So. And then we've got some really cool partners that work alongside us, and you've seen Hui-aa-Tau who are already out there. But they work alongside us. They've offered discounts for our marae members, but also our Pākehī can actually get discounts. The ones who are doing all the builds, the carpentry, they also get the discount. So, there's this huge tribal economy that we're trying to create, and that's all part and parcel of the work that our team does as well. So again, just to give you a bit of an overview, in terms of the group, we're reporting a deficit whānau of 21.4 million. We'll explain and break that down for you all a little bit over time, but overall, we're in a pretty good place, given the volatility of what's happening around us. That's really revaluation or whenua as opposed to loss of cash, but we'll talk about that later on in the presentation. I wanted to talk a little bit because, we've heard about all the grants and the distributions, but we also want to move to a different place around what does our own investment look like, where we can have a much more greater impact. So at the moment, we're trying to develop we are developing a new social investment pathway, and I just want to acknowledge our team, so Amy and Glenda, who are up there, along with JB from Tainui Group Holdings, who have been really working through the details, and that's ably led by our distributions committee, so Maxine Graham, she's our chair of our distributions, and Max has been leading that out as our leadership team for our board in this space. So this is an exciting part of our mahi whānau. This is a bit of a shift from I feel like it's a transactional with our grants, like we're quite transactional, but this is a deliberate investment so that we can actually move the dial a little bit quicker by investing in our whānau. So there's 5 stages that we've mapped out here. We want to invest in investing in our tribal economy, so that work that I just talked about around the social investment, that's the first key, to make sure our dollar goes a little bit further. in terms of ensuring our long-term sustainability. So I think for us, this isn't just about one-off projects. We know some of the projects are going to take a little bit of time, so but we want to make sure that those projects are going to have enduring outcomes. In terms of our intergenerational change and trajectory, talked about our dollar gaps being, we want $1 to go to get $5 outcomes, $10 outcomes, $15 outcomes, as much as possible. So we want to make sure that our investments that we're going to be making in the space is going to make real change and achieve those aspirations that Tipa talked about in Whakatupuranga 2050. Part of that is we've been able to recycle our capital. So important part is, yes, we want to invest, but we also want that money to be coming back so that we can then do other projects with other members of our whānau. So it is almost like just a giving a leg up as opposed to a handout, if you like, and so that we can give our whānau a bit of a boost. Then that gets repaid and then we recycle it for the next project. So that's the intent, again, trying to make our dollar go a little bit further so that we're just not eating away at our capital. And then, of course, another big part of that is actually working in partnership with others. Partners make the world go round, which we notice on a regular basis, and having really good partners who are aligned to our way of thinking and doing makes sense to us, to get to move the dial and create better outcomes. So I think that's my slide, whānau. Bit of an overview, hard and fast, sorry. But we've got a little bit of a video and that will give you a little bit more detail. Kia ora.
Whakatupuranga 2050, Tribal Identity and Integrity. Ko tainui te waka, ko taupiri te maunga, ko waikato te awa, ko pōtatau te whirowhiro te tangata. Waikato tani wharau, he piko he taniwha, he piko he taniwha.
We've made more than 30 submissions to parliamentary select committees over the year. It has been unprecedented. Our meetings with government ministers is never ending. Our fight against this government is ongoing. Each time they get rid of policy, we have to fight to protect that which is ours. And at the heart of what we do is protecting our two settlements. And even though bespoke in its nature and unique as they are, the expectation for other iwi across this country is an added responsibility foisted upon our shoulders to fight with other iwi so that they can enjoy the sense of security and confidence that their settlements too will be protected for all time. Notwithstanding the fact that there are still iwi who haven't settled their claims. The work with this government is never ending. Every aspect of Hui-aa, our reo, our tikanga, that which is important to us, the health of our people, have been attacked. It is an ongoing assault by this government. And in the end, we have to find creative and innovative ways of making sure that our people enjoy prosperity. There was a time when we had significant government funding. That's dried up. That's because this government has changed its tack. No longer are they generous and benevolent to our people because they are destroying everything that is meaningful and important to Māori across this country. And so we are having to fight in ways that we've never fought before. I'm reminded by what Sir Robert often said. We should not bemoan our fate and allow successive governments to roll over the top of us. We have to fight. We have to be committed to keeping on the pathway of prosperity. And that's what we're going to do. We have to be committed. We have to be agile so that we can survive. And survive we will.
I rawa I katoa te haere o te pae kāpā I tēnei tau.
He nui ngā hua o roto, ka tangohia e mātou, ka here atu ki te kāinga, kia whāngaihia i ngētahi o ngā whakaakoranga nui o tēnei rangapū tuarima o te paikāka.
Kōrero hia, tō ngā hua pāpā, koro te hua tūpa.
Ako mātou tēnā e whaiwhai ana i ngā hua i uta, i ngā hua ki tai, kei ngā marae e rima i tai atu i tēnei rangapū. He whatakai, he whatakōrero, kei ia marae hei aha. Ana, hei tautoko e whakarau ora, ngā pai puta noa i ngā nia o te waka o taini.
He mā o ku whakaro mō ngā kaiako i mātou rātou i reka. He maha o ngā kāwhano ko whakatōmia i roto i taku whatumanoa, i roto i taku iningaro. Hari te mea e whakatikitiki te reo no iho, me e whakatoa i ngā hihia kia kuna, whakapapa i ngā hitiri a te whenua, i tēnei mea te manaaki te tangata, manaaki te maniwhiri.
He wāhi haumaru ki te ako i nei kōrero, ki te whakapakari o tātou tikanga. Ko te tūmanako, ka aere tonu tēnei kaupapa o Tainui, i tino whakahirahira tēnei kaupapa ki te whakaako. O reira, nau mai.
E whia kēnei ngā taonga tupuiho korero mā mātou hei kaua i tēnei wānei. Ko te paikāka te take, ka pono ai no mātou te whiwhi, te whai wāhi atu ki ngē rā momo, i a rāhui, kia ngārihi mā.
Kaore he tangata i tu atu i a rāhui, me te tuitui ngā kōrero katoa o tēnā iwi o Tainui.
Years ago, Hopu Hopu was one of 2 military bases that was returned to the iwi. It was to honour our historic Karaupatu claim. This place is a tangible vestige of the military presence that was once here at Hopu Hopu. The transformation of this place is upon us. We've built the sports pavilion to look after the thousands of kids who come here to play rugby and rugby league. The maintenance shed. Our men and our staff can do their job in a much more sophisticated and efficient way. At the heart of what we're doing is to rebuild Hopu Hopu as the headquarters of this iwi. This is our place. And just recently, there is cause for celebration. Hopu Hopu will be the venue for Matatini, the greatest show on earth. It is a place where we can celebrate our culture, enjoy each other's company. A place where we can imagine what our future might look like. Away from the control of the council, away from the control of the government. Hopu Hopu is the springboard for our new future.
The Hopu Hopu housing development is our first major construction in about 25 years at Hopu Hopu. In the first 2 stages, we will be building 100 homes, which gives our whānau the opportunity to live in safe, secure and dry homes at an affordable rent. It also allows us to replace the housing stock that exists at Hopu Hopu, which is well past its use-by date. At Waikato Tainui, our social procurement strategy is a really important kaupapa. How do we use the spend that we have with our Māori businesses? 2 recent projects completed at Hopu Hopu, the maintenance building and the sports pavilion, we were able to ensure that more than 50% of the cost of those projects went to Puna Pākehī. So we would hope to be able to build on the success of what we've already done through those 2 projects with this new housing development. That gives our Puna Pākehī the opportunity to continue to grow and to prosper in their own right.
We're a Māori-owned and operated commercial construction business. We're working alongside or competing alongside what they call Tier 1 contractors. Some say it's quite daunting, but we're excited by the challenge. We also
need to acknowledge Hui-aa-Tau for giving us the opportunity to lead these projects and giving confidence in us to be able to deliver. I suppose this is whenua raupatu, so once upon a time our people called this home. They had homes here. That was taken away from them. In terms of working here at Hopu, there's probably a different type of connection for me personally and my business to this work here, where it's more than there's an emotional connection. I suppose in some small way, we're playing a part in making this whenua homes again for people of Tainui.
Been awesome being part of Māori-led commercial construction projects from both a client point of view as well as a contractor. I think I could speak for a lot of businesses out here. We're all really excited to be a part of the change and development that's happening out here.
The Hopu Restoration Plan is a deliberate effort by Hui-aa-Tau to restore approximately 100 hectares of whenua, with the hope that it will have wider positive implications for the restoration of Waikatoawa and her catchment, and simultaneously building the capability of our whānau, increasing the connection between our marae, our iwi, our hapu, to Waikatoawa.
What excites me about this space is a beautiful space to be in. You get to plant plants, you get to harvest, you get better at growing things. It's not just about the plants, it's all about the animals as well as vegetables and all that sort of stuff. I love getting my hands dirty on it. My approach to this maybe is leading by example in the first instance. I'm all gumbooted up, I'm all overalled up, and we're in the bush doing it together. And the boys turn around and they're happy with what they've done. When they see the completed job, you got happy people, job done, what more do you want? Nice people, I like the people from here at the nursery, you meet them. And then you got the office people, they're beautiful people. It's the time I want to pass on. And it's nice when you're finished and you see the fruits of your labour. Something that was about this high when you planted it, now it's about 10 foot high above your head. I couldn't think of a better space to work in, to be honest.
We have a significant master plan for the continued development of Hopupu. The projects we've recently completed, the college, and this housing development are part of that master plan. We look forward to continuing to work on that master plan and deliver to the iwi the things that they will need so that you can live, work and play at Hopupu for your iwi.
Tēnā tātou i te iwi, ka nui te mihi kia koutou katoa. It's a beautiful day and it's wonderful to have you all here today. My name is Hinerangi Raumati Tuua and I'm the chair of Tainui Group Holdings, but also sit on the board of Te Ara Tauda with Tuku, and I chair Tūranga Waewae Marae as well, just to kind of just to show that we all wear many hats. We all do lots of mahi. So I'm here today with Richard Jeffries. Richard is our acting CEO, and he's going to cover. He's going to help make the presentation today as well. And we have two other executive members here who are going to stand up right now. This is Pia Tohe, our GM Engagement, and Tracy Hook-Ihaka, our CFO. All right, we're going to keep the momentum going, whānau, so that you can get to questions. So we set out for FY25 with a few simple goals. One was to secure a partner for the continuing development of Ruakura. The other one was to continue to meet the distribution targets that are set for us by the iwi. The third one was to strengthen the TGH team, and the fourth one was to reduce debt. And we made progress on all of those things, some of it post-balance date, but most of it during the year.
and we're really proud of what we were able to achieve, albeit we have mixed financial results. So we're going to talk about what our operating environment was like during the year. And I'm sure most of you have seen and have noticed that the New Zealand economy remained under pressure in FY25, lagging behind other similar countries. We experienced rising mortgage rates and cost of living, which has been really topical in the last few weeks, particularly around the cost of butter. But those things have placed huge strain on our household budgets, resulting in reduced spending and ultimately putting Aotearoa into a technical recession. In contrast, the international share market continued to perform strongly for much of the year. However, US markets have come down, have come under quite a bit of pressure lately, particularly since Donald Trump was sworn in as president in November, over concerns with the economic policies that have been coming out of the White House for the last 6 months or so. And most of that we see in the kōrero around tariffs. You know, as New Zealand, we have been, a 10% tariff has been added to the tariffs that have existed. And we feel, I think, as a country that's, you know, something we probably can sustain, and that most of our politicians are maintaining a strategy of keeping a low profile when it comes to the US and ensuring that actually 10% is as high as it goes. But all of those things that are happening internationally and nationally have had some effect on the financial performance of Tainui Group Holdings and the wider group in the last year. We keep talking about whether or not we're at the bottom of the cycle, whānau, and we're really not sure. I think we have less confidence around that than more confidence at the moment. So on this slide here, you'll see what the actual performance has been across the group. Tainui Group Holdings has two roles to play, and one is Chief Investment Officer. So we look after all of the funds from all of the settlements, plus we are the fund manager for real estate, natural resources and infrastructure. I think I forgot one. 3. So you see there we have the Waikato Raupatu Land Trust. That's what WRLT means. That's our first settlement that we achieved around whenua. That is where most of the assets sit. There's about $2 billion in gross assets there. We have the River Initiatives Fund and the Co-Management Fund and the Sir Robert Mahuta Fund. So those all came out of the river settlement. And you see that the Land Trust Fund is significantly larger than those other three. In terms of returns for the year, equity growth for the Land Trust was a -4%. And we'll show you how that came about and what makes it up as well as we go through the presentation. Whereas the River Initiatives Fund, Co-Management Fund and Sir Robert Mahuta Fund all achieved about 6% before distribution in FY25. So all of their assets are invested via Mercer. Mercer is a fund manager and they have a diversified portfolio and they are all liquid funds. So that's why the results are quite different. The Land Trust Fund is invested in our whenua, plus farms and forests and fishing assets and those sorts of things as well. This slide here covers off TGH's performance on its own. So in the prior slide, TGH is captured within the group, but this is TGH on its own. And so we include this for full transparency over where TGH did itself during the year. So our total assets during the year were 1.74 billion. And that was down slightly from last year of 1.77 billion. Our total bank debt, we ended the year at 420 million. We had hoped to have reduced debt by the time we got to the balance date, but our reduction in debt didn't happen until May when we settled the transaction with Brookfield. And so debt now sits at about 300 million. Our operating profit was 17 million, and that is a reduction on budget. We had a couple of tough sectors during the year, and one was residential housing and the other one was our hotels. But Richard will talk further about what was happening within our different portfolio assets. Our net profit fell into the negative with a loss of 35.8 million compared to a profit last year of 51.6 million, and comprehensive income was a loss of 40 million. So those two figures there are really demonstrating the movement and market value of assets that we experience at the end of the year. So every year we get to the end of the financial year and we must value our assets in accordance with some rules, but essentially to market value. And we've had sustained economic pressure on the portfolio around interest rates and inflation mostly, which pushes down valuations. So that's how we've ended up in that position this year. Richard will cover off a little bit more of that detail. And then finally, around distributions, the distribution out of the TGH portfolio was 28.6. That's 2.5% of the net assets. Total distribution across the group was around 35 million. And so those distribution numbers are significantly up compared to where we were about 4 or 5 years ago. So we were distributing about $14 million as we transitioned into puna. And so today we're at 28.6 million and we're achieving our targets. We believe that there is significantly still more work for us to do on making sure our distribution is sustainable. At the moment, we feel like, we have a plan every year to achieve it, and then we get pushed around by the economy. We need to get above that. And in order really for us to do that, we probably need to make significant change in the portfolio. But we just need everyone to come on the journey with us in order to be able to do that. Richard's going to talk now about our returns over time, but also what the things that have happened, the highlights and the lowlights from our asset classes. So kia ora tātou.
Tēnā koe Hinerangi, tēnā tātou. Kia ora tātou iwi no ngā tōpito te rohe, nē rā te mi kia koutou. I just want to add final point to our net profit result. As Hinerangi's explained, it does include any changes in the asset values. But it is at just a point in time. All right, and it's useful to do this, but to report our annual results, to check in with how we're doing. And what we're trying to show on this slide here is how we've done over the last 22 years in TGH's existence. Right, and I'm pleased to say we actually have one of our audit team from PwC in the room, who's also a tribal member, so Connor's over there. I don't know if he's here to, as an interested tribal member, or check what I say, but pleased to have him here all the same. Well, tēnā koe, Connor. Yeah, good to see you. So, yeah, over the last 22 years, you can see our annual net profit result has gone up and down. We've largely experienced growth over the last 22 years. And there have been 3 events over the last 22 years we've run into some challenges, and they've coincided with some macroeconomic events affecting the whole world. Okay, so we started in 2009, 2010 with the GFC, the global financial crisis. Fast forward to 2020, where everyone went into lockdown. That was COVID, and that affected our financial results. And more recently, we've had this onslaught of geopolitical events. Starting a couple of years ago with the war between Ukraine and Russia, and what we're going through at the moment with Trump 2.0. But what we've done through all of these events is we've come out of those periods growing. Okay, and so the next slide looks at the last 10 years, and we can look at TGH also in 10-year cycles. So typically we have a little bit of growth, a period of consolidation for about 5 years, and then we invest in our whenua, our strategically placed whenua like Rukura, and this is what we've done in the last 5 years, and we go through this massive wave of growth. So you can look at those last 2 charts as a bit of a predictor of what the next 10 to 22 years is going to look like for us. One thing you can almost be certain of is that we're going to run into some global economic challenges which we need to face into, and which we need to better prepare our assets for, to go through. A big milestone which we celebrated in April, but all the work was sort of done 12 months prior to that, was the signing with Brookfield. So they are our partner for stage 1 of Hui-aa-Tau. That's the 80 hectares of stage 1. Remembering that Hui-aa-Tau itself is about 600 hectares, so that's just a portion of the entire estate. But the partnership allows us to pay down debt. So as Hinerangi's explained, by May we had paid down over a quarter of our debt down to just under 300 million, and we'd like to see that track down further. Okay, so, and we believe we can do that with the Brookfield partnership. But importantly, what this allows us to do is benefit in the interest savings from paying down debt, which means we have more cash available for distribution. One of the important features of the arrangement with Brookfield is in the stack of joint venture agreements, we have been able to exert control through the prepaid ground lease, because we're not selling whenua, but also the joint venture agreements themselves in terms of how decisions get made in the joint venture. So those are two really important features to ensure that we control the development over the next 20 to 30 years. I'm going to jump into each of the parts of TGH's assets. So starting with real estate, which is still the biggest part of our portfolio. Financially, we experienced a couple of headwinds, which Hinerangi alluded to. One was residential. So we have 2 active residential developments at Rotakoti and at Tūmata Rise, just to the north of Hui-aa-Tau. Tough time for resi, and we sold about a third of what we planned to at Tūmata Rise. And at the moment we rely quite a bit actually on residential cash flows, and one of the challenges for us is to transition the assets to be less reliant on residential developments. The other big challenge, of course, was our hotels across the board, generally speaking, but Te Arikinui Pullman up at Auckland Airport in its first year didn't hit the mark in terms of the planned occupancy, the planned rate. We had a bit of a tough year last year. Coming into this year, pleased to say that while things are still very challenging, we're seeing better performance coming out of Te Arikinui. But times are still pretty tough, so we reckon across both resi and hotels, we've still got a bit of a grind to go through with those assets. We did celebrate a couple of milestones though. Amoheake, ACC, the building in the Hamilton CBD, achieved what's called a NABERS 6-star rating. It's the top rating you can achieve for energy efficiency. So that building saves 80% of its energy usage, and that's been a real concerted effort for our team to show that we can demonstrate that sort of commitment. And secondly, we opened the refrigerators development out at Hui-aa-Tau, which is a reasonably poto development site relative to the likes of Kmart, but an important milestone for us to celebrate, and one that we took into the joint venture with Brookfield. I should mention too, I just missed a point there just on our retail assets, sort of a tale of 2 stories really. The base bucked the trend nationally. Super Regional Centre did pretty well last year. Centre Place, on the other hand, for those of you who roll around through the Hamilton CBD, it is pretty tough there. Our experience was lower foot traffic, about 16% lower, and Centre Place continues to struggle. And our challenge is to reimagine what Centre Place needs to look like for us to better perform, and we'll work on that. And now infrastructure portfolio. So these are 2 assets in this portfolio. The first is the inland port. This year we experienced growth in container volume, and we're able to expand the site and sublease to a empty container depot container co. So they are sort of the bottom left of that of the inland port, where you can see most of the containers, the big container stacks. So we opened them in December 2023, 2024 should I say. And Hui-aa-Tau Energy, which is our lines distribution company at Hui-aa-Tau. It's our substation which connects power essentially to our tenants out at Hui-aa-Tau. We commenced commissioning of Hui-aa-Tau Energy, and we expect to open that in November, December this year. but we started to generate some pretty good income out of that asset already. So we're really pleased with that. Natural resources, which is our farms, forestry and fishing, a bit of a mixed bag. Dairy farms went really well this year. So generally speaking, we produce about 500,000 milk solids every year, but we're in a record payout year. We've got a new head of farms and forestry, Brett Tawhare, who joined our team last year. And he's really changed the game for us in terms of how we think about that part of our portfolio. So we've got more production coming off the farm, landed just in time for a record payout year. We expect payout to stay up quite high through this coming financial year as well. In our forestry, however, our active forests, which we're harvesting out at Kawerau and Kawhia, we had to pause harvesting for a time, largely due to log prices not allowing us to produce a profit. We recommenced harvesting after a couple of months stand down, but we didn't perform as well as what we would have liked. Fishing, which has been a pretty good story generally speaking, our partnership with Sealord, we have a joint venture, if you like, a profit share arrangement, which went really well last year. But it's also a portfolio which allows us to lease our quota to tribal members. So Ali and Leon, who are just on that vessel there, that's one of their 3 vessels. They are tribal members based out at Kawhia. They fish our quota for us into Seafood Bazaar in Mahana Road, if anyone knows where that is. Awesome story. Private equity, so this is a part of the portfolio where we invest in investment companies who then invest in companies, and some of those companies are up on screen there. At balance date, we had $24 million left invested in those entities, and they're at the stage of runoff, so meaning we will slowly divest that $24 million down over the next couple of years as we've realised the value that we sought to create when we went into those funds. A big focus for us over the last year has been connecting with you guys, and we've tried to do that in a number of different ways. Getting out to Pokai, Kingatanga events, of course. We've got some of our team here with our own stall, but also promoting our employment at our hotels. We've got our whaanau from Kmart here as well. These are really important touch points for us. But also asset tours, which are great ways to show you guys around the things that we've done, but also listen to some of your feedback about about our activities. So these are really good opportunities for us. On the right hand side, we have 2 of our cadets, Jackson and Riley, who have come through our farming team, and they've gone strength to strength. In fact, Brett Tawhare, who I mentioned earlier, has restructured the whole farming team to move away from contract milking into employing our own people. So we now employ about 18 kaimahi in the farming portfolio, and 15 of those are Māori, 10 of those are tribal members. So it's a really good start, but I'm looking forward to seeing where Brett's going to take us. We took the opportunity about 10 months ago to ensure that what TGH was doing was meeting the expectations of Whakatupuranga 2050. Okay, so this was us doing a bit of a deep dive into the various objectives for how we want our people to be, how we want to sustain our people, that vision for the year 2050. So we've taken that work into refreshing our strategy, which is on our, a glimpse of that is on our next slide. So historically what TGH has done in terms of strategy is look more at the things that we're going to build to produce income to pay dividend. Right? This strategy is a bit more inward looking, ensuring that 1, we can see TGH playing a part to advance tribal success for our people under mana motuhake. 2, that we are meeting our taiao commitments, our many taiao commitments under kaitiakitanga. 3, that we have a strong tikanga-led team under whakatupu tangata, and whakatupu rawa, that's our challenge to grow the TGH portfolio sustainably, but importantly, increase the amount of cash that that our assets generate. Okay. And the last slide, really, before I hand you back to Hinerangi, to make some closing comments, is just really some of our highlights from the year, from the Pullman to the opening out at, celebrating the partnership with Brookfield out at Tūranga Waiwai, which was a pretty awesome day. And the snapshot in the middle is of our tribal fishers, Arlene and Leon, and their team. So they've been able to create cadetships and employment on their vessels and ensure succession for a pretty hard business, really, pretty hard industry. So, yeah, really pleased with some of those other features of the year, notwithstanding some of the financial challenges that we've experienced. I'll hand you back to Hinerangi, but tēnā koutou katoa.
Just in closing, whaanau, I just want to acknowledge Richard and his team, our executive team, for the mahi that they've done during the year. It is a bit of a mixed result, particularly on the financial side, but we felt that we've made good progress in some of our other key kaupapa that we wanted to achieve during the year. And it's really about trying to set ourselves up so that we are working to achieve what's in Whakatupuranga 2050 within the boundaries and the guidelines given to us out of Puna Whakatupu Tangata, our investment framework and the whenua policy. An acknowledgement to Tuku and to Donna for the mahi as well done in terms of helping us get some of these things done. It has been really, really good working with you this year, and we really appreciate the support. But we're going to show you a video now, whanau, about the signing of the Brookfield partnership. So I hope you enjoy it.
Whakatupuranga 2050, tribal, social and economic well-being. Ia niwha te ngākau ki te whakau, i te atawhai, i te iwi.
Welcome to Tūranga Waiwai. Welcome to the home of Te Ariki Nui, ngā waihono i te pō. Welcome to the people of Waikato. We celebrate with you today in this historic agreement.
This partnership's really an important keystone to allowing us to continue to sustainably deliver the returns to Waikato Tainui.
Today we're signing a partnership that has got a 120-year life. Imagine the next generations building that wealth and then ensuring that all of the Waikato iwi share in that wealth for over 100 years to come.
This is probably the biggest transaction that we've ever done in the 30 years since then. You're talking about $1 trillion company here. That brings a scale never seen in this country.
What we want to see as well is our people in there, seeing our people participating in the economy that we are trying to create.
To help enable the manawa to hake for api.
The waka, the canoe, has been fashioned. Today is the launching of the waka. Tomorrow, we need to pick up the paddle and sail to a brighter future.
Brookfields, we decided we're the right partner because they bring with them global reach, global activity and opportunity for Waikato and for other iwi if we can make that happen. They bring with them significant capital and expertise.
Today concludes a year-long process. Brookfield certainly is a big name, one of the biggest in the world, but ultimately it comes down to the people that we're working with across the table, and we're really pleased with who we're dealing with.
In a growing nation like New Zealand, this amazing piece of land, which has obviously got huge historical connections back to the settlement 30 years ago, and then use our capital and global expertise with the local knowledge and local culture and local values, is just a globally substantial opportunity where we expect to spend around $1 billion.
So this provides a gateway of opportunity to work with a global giant like Brookfield, to use their experience and their capacity to continue to build out Puakura, the super hub. That comes with a whole number of opportunities, including the opportunity to train our people, the opportunity for jobs,
So we should see new buildings going up, new tenants coming in. And what we believe that that will bring with it is those opportunities for procurement, for Māori business to participate. What we also think is that that will bring opportunities for jobs.
The world's going to need more and more data, more distribution centres, more trade. The Ruakura Super Hub fits into all of those sort of global trends. Incredibly strategically located, but it needs capital to make sure we can capitalise on it for the benefit of the local community and particularly for the benefit of young people, particularly the people coming through in the Waikato.
The way the partnership has been formed, it still allows us control, it still allows us to do what we've done at Ruakura so far, which is bring our tribal Pākehī along the journey with us. When we were talking about our desire to bring our people on the journey for Ruakura, that Brookfield are really sympathetic to that.
The significance of the Hui to Waikato people. If the paddles don't align on both sides, the waka goes in circles. Hey. When we focus on the bright horizon of success for our future generations, then the paddles will naturally work themselves.
Success looks like a fully developed 70 hectares at Ruakura, lots of jobs being created, lots of economic activity going on that benefits all of us at large.
The clear message is that we're open for business, to do business with others who think like us, who behave like us, who actually appreciate the kind of values that we stand for.
This sets the next version of TGH up for success to deliver what it needs to for our people.
Nei anō te mihi kia kōrua, Rich Hinerangi. Tēnei te pūrongo ā-tau mo te kariti. So just I'm going to present to you briefly the college report. So if you listen to Rahui's analogy, both sides of the waka need to paddle for it to go forward. Both sides are paddling, but we got no one looking over the hill. The college was your entity to look over the hill and out into the world, ne? So in 30 years, te rapia ko tēnei te toinga o ngā mahi ko waiho tia mai. This might be the last thing that we haven't seen through yet, e te iwi. But hey, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. I don't think the olds be too unhappy with us. Hey, and we've got a lot done in other places. So again, carrying on ki te kore he whakakite ngā kangaro te iwi. So it's that vision and foresight, whānau, to see us in places we haven't been before. So if we go back to 30 years ago, nobody thought we'd be here, right? So where can we be in the next 30? Where will we be in relation to our taiao? And some of the questions you might want to be asking yourself that the college and other entities will want to be asking you, is your marae climate ready? Is your whānau climate ready? Eh? These are just some of the future-based things you might want to ask yourself. How are we enabling, we got our marae pūtea, how are we enabling our whānau into business opportunities here at the marae or in our communities where we are the community? Are we looking after our own hauora at home so that we can be better as a whānau? These are all whānau-based questions that help us arrive at whakatupuranga, a thriving generation. So again, the college was our place where our best and brightest were going to bring that thinking together and design the tribe of the future. Ooh. Hei oranga mo te iwi, mō ngā Hawaii kei te tū mai. So 2 key projects that the college has been involved in. One of them, there's a short video about it, and I'll go listen to the detail of that because I might fall into my dark humour. It's quite a funny one, but you'll hear the humour in it. But the college has also been supporting a number of taiao and water projects. Again, why? Because we are, as you've heard, we are the water protection squad for Aotearoa New Zealand. Mai kore ko Waikato ko Ngaitahu, the waters of New Zealand would not be protected. I can say that because we're going to go full on, whatever that tide looks like. So consider yourselves water protectors. For Hauora, the project itself is in and around, again, how COVID got to the country, how we're protecting ourselves should there be another type of kaupapa like that. But long story short, in this horrible environment, all research, and I think if you're in here you'll know this, but all research with Māori dollars attached has been attacked and reduced and now is probably 1% of what it formerly was. So your college chair is currently going into the world because, as you've seen from Brookfields, the world wants to know us. Funny there, eh? And people with money want to know us. And people overseas from foreign universities want to know us. It's only some people here got little people's problems. Yes, so let's not play down to that. It's a season, eh, whānau? We're bigger than that. Also, through the relationship with the engineering school in Auckland, we've been able to develop maintenance and infrastructure relationships. The hope being that these people come out and work on our marae issues, because we're in the eroding, poor access, aha rānei areas of this rohe, and we need that support. So that's going to be a key knowledge base, and hopefully we grow more helpful people through that process. And again, websites, access to the college, that's all overdue. So where we need to get to, there's a long-term strategy, there's still a pūtea there, and there's still a goal there. And what we need you to think about is someone in your family is clever enough to help us run this college. You know them, I don't. Yeah? If they still live in this country, because all of our expertise is starting to be bought by elsewhere in the world. Yeah? Is we're going to be recruiting people to be on this college trust to help us run the college. But what the college really needs is it needs us to invest 5 years worth of goodwill that it can happen. Every 5 years we get cold feet and we pull out. We don't believe in our own clever. We let people with little people problems tell us who we are. Yeah? So we need to be big people now, whānau, and have generational views. I'm saying this for Marama, she couldn't ask you for this, but we are going to make this college happen in this next year and a half, e te iwi, eh? For the next 30 years. Oh, yep. So, again, they got all the clean and tidy on the audit, but you can ask that question and I'll throw it to a friend. But, again, no money has been spent on the college because they've been able to run their program in a fully developed way. Just before we go to the video, though, we still have key partnerships with Te Wānanga Raukawa, all the wānangas, Awanui-a-Rangi. In fact, Waikato has one of the biggest cohorts of PhDs coming through Awanui-a-Rangi at the moment. So see yourself in those places, whānau. And here's an example of Nana Dolly doing the research.
Whakatupuranga 2050, Tribal Success. Ki te moe āhau, kua hau anake. Ki te moe ā-tātou, ka tāia e tātou.
The Mate Hopu Hopu project is a collaboration between Kei o Te Waka, the Waikato Tainui Endowed College, ESR, and the University of Auckland. It's a project where we are testing pathogens that come into Aotearoa. It's the first of its kind, and we're hoping that this research will help us to protect New Zealanders in the future from diseases coming into Aotearoa. So wastewater epidemiology is the wastewater that we flush down the toilet, meaning it's the tiko and the mimi, and we test that. We can find out early detection of any pathogens, viruses or bacteria coming into the country.
So I think it's really important that we put a tikanga process around this, because it comes from the people, human beings. It's part of our DNA in there somewhere. And that's important for us to make sure. What are they doing with it? And where is it going? Of course, we went back to our marae and we talked to our whānaus about what was going on. It helped, like each kaumātua would talk to their marae and their whānau. Kanohi ki te kanohi.
This project is very important because it is the opportunity for Māori to be included in decision making around health. It is an opportunity whereby a Māori community is working with very high-level scientists, and we are creating an answer to a problem together. These answers will inform policy going forward, particularly health policy. This is important that we use our tikanga to actually do this research so we can keep the research safe, we can keep the researchers safe, and we can keep Aotearoa safe.
To our border control nannies at Te Puia Marae, tēnā koutou. Yes, so anyway, you can see where the humour went to, or down the toilet, eh? Here, so there we are, whānau, that's the group report, that's the highs and the lows of it. So have we had an easy year? No. And there's more work to do. Okay, we have a very busy end of year. I just want to let you know, in case you start hearing all these things, say, gee, I was at Hopopu, nobody said anything. So of course we're coming up to our Queen's Koroneihana. And there's going to be our King's unveiling and our Queen's Koroneihana. Those are going to be beautiful full events. The motu will come with all their expectations of all Matatini's here in 2 years' time. Yeah? And all the councils are going to be asking you as you go home, well, what can we do for Matatini? You tell them, my road needs doing, our marae needs a sign, our toilets need this and that. Why? Because you are a Matatini host. Every one of our marae are. So you make sure your councils do the work. And I'm saying this because all the councils are coming out for your vote right now. So next week the votes close. Are there any nominees, anybody standing in the room? I know there was some whānau here walking around. Auntie Tau, e tutu mai, auntie. Waikato District Council nominee. I know Maria Hui-aa-Tau was on site. She is standing in Hamilton City Council. We have the whanaunga Jamie Tamaki standing in Otorohanga Council. And the whanaunga Sylvia Willison standing in Waitomo. Oh, Sash, that's it. So you fellas know. So the main thing is that we vote, kia pōti tātou, and, you know, I've done a bit of rangahau whānau, and anybody that needs generation in front of the age, they don't do snail mail. Yeah? Snail mail is strictly a bill in their generation, so they don't interact with this way of voting, this postal voting. So be a nanny and auntie and a koro about it, tell them how to do it. Yeah? As clever as all of this is, there is no digital voting. It's as manual as putting it in the envelope and posting it back. Ko harawatu, I know. But it's very important and we need to be engaged in voting. So we're going to be flooding you with voting also to the end of the year. Before the end of the year, we will going to be hosting a Mokopuna Ora International Conference about the care and protection of Mokopuna. Many of you will need to be at that conference to inform it. We need you there. Before the end of the year, we'll be hosting the National Iwi Māori Chairs. 76 iwi will be here to talk about all of these things that affect us, but more specifically, us protecting water, as Tuku has said. Before the end of the year, there will be hui hosted in economic development, and some of you might see yourselves at those hui speaking into them as well. So that's all just in the next 3 months, whānau. Hey, and we're still 2 years out from Matatini, so please stay connected, stay linked in to all of the comms, everything that's going out. There are ways that you and your family can become a part of everything that we're doing. Before I close off and give it back to Tahinga for questions, I would like to call upon the Kahuiariki representative to come and give a few words. Hara mai kei te tungane, Brad. Ke mua i te ara roto iwi, kia ora.
Kei ngaku koro e ke ruruhi tēnā koutou. O tira, kai te iwi e pai nei, tēnā koutou katoa. Nā rā hoki ai, ko au tēnei, Brad Totorewa, o roto mai o Ngāti Naho, Māori a te marae. Ko au te mānga e tō tātou ari ki nui, ko ini ngā wai honu i te pō. No mai nā ki rungi tōnā huirewa tapu, rire, pai mā rire. People say I'm the new Ngira, but I'm the better looking version. I mean that with respect, Ngira. If I can acknowledge Ngira for his contributions of consequence in his time. Not only caring for our king, but for Te Ariki Nui, ngā wai honi te pō. My message today is short, and just to confirm that our leaders of Waikato have given the presentation to our Queen earlier this week. Irrespective of the results, she did ask a couple of questions. That was around diversification of the portfolios and how that might impact on continued dividends to our marae. Engari, E kuini e aoro nei ki te mana motuhake. And so the question that we need to ask on a marae level is, what does mana motuhake look like for you? What does prosperity look like for you? What does leadership and governance look like for you? And how you determine and shape the future for your babies, our generations. Kei tui te aroaro. If I can leave a short message, is that ka mihi au ki ngā rangatira o tō tātou iwi, e ngana nei ki te whakatutuki I ngā tongikura tukiho. So if I can just take this opportunity to acknowledge all the leaders as they endeavour to manifest the true meaning of some of our proverbial sayings, like the time where after the raupatu tāwhia went to sit here e puki Yahua, as he gazed across the land, he uttered these words: e kore tēnei whakaoranga, e huri ki tua o aku mokopuna, ka puta, ka ora. That this way of life will not reach the days of my grandchildren where they shall seek salvation. And despite the results today, it's all, the trajectory is going up towards the realization of that tongi, ka puta, ka ora, shifting from poverty to a state of great health and well-being. So the ways of, the suppression ways are gone. And just support the words of our leaders this afternoon. Whawhai tonu tātou. I might as well finish the line. Aki, aki, aki. As we support those who are putting themselves forward to lead us. But this way of life must not reach the days of my grandchildren where they shall seek salvation. These are the words of our Queen. Te ariki nui, Queen I ngā waihono I te pō, rire, rire hau, pai mā rire.
Rāmari e kia tātou, hei whakamutu atu I ngā kupu o te tungi kura kingi tāwhiao e mea ana. Māku anō e hanga I tōku nei whare ko ngā pau oroto he māhoi he patate, ko te tāhuhu he hino me whakatupu ki te hua o te rengarenga, me whakapakari ki te hua o te kawariki rire haupai marire kia tātou. Me te rere hoki I ngā kupu whakauti ki a koe te pautikanga nau ngā kupu tapu o te ofawha o te pai marire I tuku. Kia tuitui I ai tātou, te ao kiko ki te ao wairua no reira tēnei te mihi, tēnei te mihi. Ko tira te mihi, te rere tonu, te tō wai ngā mihi, ki tō tātou, ariki nui kuini ngā waihono I te pō ki tōnā hure wā tapu pai marire ki ai. Ko tira ki ngā pau o tō tātou tipu, o tō tātou whare e tū ake nei, ko te whakakitenga o Waikato, ko ngā hiamana, ko ngā tumu whakarai, tēnei te mihi atu ki a koutou. Ko ai tēnei e tū ake nei, he māngai kōrero mō makauru marae. I roto I ngā tau, toru tau ki muri, ko tū au he māngai kōrero mō makauru marae. Engari I tēnei, I te rātu tau, I pōti tēnei whare, kia tū au hei hiamana tuarua, I raro I a tipa. Nō reira ko Ngāti Tahinga Wilson tōku ingoa, he mihi atu nei ki a tātou. Ko riro tēnei wāhanga ki au, ko te patapātai, me te uia te pātai, me te whakautu. So, yeah, te community ki tēnei wāhanga o tēnei hui. Nā te mea kua hipa ake I te haurua I te paupautanga o te rā. So, ka timata taku wā, nā tēnei te wā mo te pātai. So, mena he pātai tā koutou e pāna ki tēnei pūrongo, ā-tau.
Kia reo rua e.
Oh, reo rua. Mo taku he. Ngāti Tahinga tōku ingoa. Oh, my name is Ngāti Tahinga. I representative in the House on behalf of Makauru Marae and voted last year, or a year and a half ago, as Deputy Chair in Te Whakakitenga o Waikato. Tēnei wāhanga, this time is for pātai and answers. If you have any pātai in regards to the annual report, this is the time. We got 10 minutes. For this time to ask your questions. If you don't have questions, can you just put your hands up? If you don't know your māngai for your marae, I roto I te whakakitenga. Jeff. Jeff, if you're in here, can you move your car, please?
I can ring him. I'll ring him. He's outside.
Hands up if you don't know your member in the House of your marae. Ka pai, everyone know you don't know? Who's your marae? Ka hotia. I will get that information to you. So if you don't get to ask your question today, in these 10 minutes, we advise you to go to the member of your marae, and they'll help you with those answers. Kia ora tātou. Just put your hand up if you have any pātai, and we'll bring a mic to you. Poi haken. Time has started.
Thanks, Rich, for the introduction before. My name's Connor. I'm on the audit team for the Tainoi audit engagement. All my questions are from the book. No behind-the-scenes questions. Sorry to thanks for clarifying for regarding the distribution model. 2.5% of net assets. Is this a sustainable distribution model? It seems quite heavy for Tainoi Group Holdings, the asset arm, to grow and sustain this distribution long term. I just want to lead into some other of the distributions on page 80. The kaumātua grants have gone from 5.8 million to 7.8 million, with about 1,400 new number of grants distributed. Our age population for people that can apply for that grants is about 19,000 people. I just see that this is quite a large pool. 7,000 to 19,000, 30-40% of people have applied. If it was 100, can we afford it? What should this distribution look like going forward? Also, what's the kind of oversight that Waikato Tainui has for, say, annual marae dividends, 4 million this year, 29 million last year? What level of oversight and reporting are you guys getting for what this money is being used for? I guess my worry is this money being used correctly to actually fulfill its purpose? Another question, on page 33, you guys have an outline of the kaimahi for Tainoi Group Holdings. Would be really cool if we could see this for Waikato Tainui as a whole. Also, we have so many investment properties leased out to so many businesses. I'd love to know the kind of jobs that are being created through our investment portfolio and how many are going to our iwi members. I think employment is a big topic of discussion as of late. Do you have any questions? I've got many more, but here's the mic. If anyone has any questions, raise your hand.
Kia ora tātou. I'll just quickly respond to the question regarding the kaumātua grants, and Hinirangi will, I'm sure, respond to the overall distribution. It's very clear within Te Whakakitenga o Waikato, every year the budget is comes to the House for approval, and it's very clear that our members want to continue the support throughout to our kaumātua. They play an integral role in connecting our people back to our mini kaupapa. But you're right, the amount of the population growing means that we do need to manage our spend as best as we can. You'll notice that we've employed a lot more product procurement. So what we're trying to do for our kaumātua is give them a suite of products to choose from rather than a cash distribution. This would mean that we can leverage that spend and create more health and wellbeing products and services for them. We do get around about 7,000 kaumātua apply. We do have around 14,000 that are eligible, but we have a lot of kaumātua that say, I'm kei te paio, I don't require that support. But the products and services are probably one of the key pieces for us. And I suppose the other part also is the social investment piece. The more data we understand about what will support our kaumātua, the social investment fund is we want to leverage and be able to create scale for those opportunities. A lot of things that have been spoken about in the House are things like iwi saver, health insurance, tangihanga insurance, and those are the things that our people are asking us to investigate, so we'll continue to do that. I'll hand over to Hinirangi.
I think we changed the criteria too for kaumātua grants as well during this financial year. on the basis of some of the things that we've learned over the last couple of years. So the distribution of 2.5% is set on the net assets of the group that are eligible for contributing to that distribution, and they're run over a 3-year average, so that smooths out the distribution target as well. I think big picture, what we should be expecting and is in with puna whakatupu tangata, about a 7% return in total out of all of the assets that are earning income. Some of that will be cash and some of that will be growth. So a 2.5% distribution of a 7% earning should be affordable. Our challenge is that we actually have, within the settlement, the whenua that we got back, a lot of it is low earning, and some of it's non-earning, and some of it has a very high value and is not earning. So that's what the challenge is, to getting to the 2.5%. Like I said in my kōrero, in order to achieve the distribution in a sustainable way, then really we should make some hard calls on the parts of the portfolio that are not earning their keep and don't have a long-term strategic purpose. What we've found, though, over the last couple of years, because we brought this to the House, we've said this is what we think we need to do. You know, we'll be able to do several things if we were to realise some assets, and that is pay down debt, which cuts cost. We'll take non-earning assets out of the portfolio, which boosts earnings overall. You know, there's many things that can be done by recycling assets. And then the other thing is, if we were to recycle non-earning assets, then we could actually invest those funds into assets which are earning cash flow, and covering the dividend and more. So our long-term target in our new strategy is a 3.5% cash flow target and a 1% growth target. But like I said, we've got to have the support of the people to be able to change the portfolio, which is the big challenge. But 2.5% should be achievable, right? It should be achievable, absolutely. There are some of the other iwi funds distribute more, you know, and once we get to the point where we are comfortably achieving 2.5, then we'd like to shift the goalpost. Yeah, but it's a bit of a journey. Oh, sorry, and you talked about jobs. So a lot of the asset property portfolio tenants, we don't have a direct relationship with. They are essentially, we got that whenua back during the settlement with a tenant in place, and they have a long-term lease agreement. So our ability to influence, you know, jobs, those sorts of outcomes is very limited. But where we are making the developments ourselves and where we're creating the partnerships ourselves, then that's where we have an expectation of jobs. Yeah, so that's why some of the team are here today to recruit. Yeah.
Tēnā kōrero mo e rā whakautu. Kia koe te whaia no kotaitanga marae, tēnei Matahuru, Tauera.
Hana Clark, te wa marahi. Ngā wari noi o tēnei pātai. Ngari tuatai ka mihi atau ki ngā kōrero ko pita mai i te rānei. Ana, ko taku pātai, hea te take ka tahi anu ka whiwhi e nei kōrero. Kare anu kia whai wā ki te tiro i ngā kōrero. Koe rā noi o taku pātai.
Ko ngā pukapukara i puta ki ngā mema i te tuatai. Ka mutu katoa atu i te tainga mai o ngā mema i nana hinei. Ka tiki mai i nana i konei. Nā reira, ko ngā pukapuka ko tātu i tēnei rā tunu. Koe rā i pēra i tā mai ki a mātou, ka tahi anō. Nā, nei rā te tuku atu kia koutou i tēnei rā. Ko te nui ngā tō koutou i whakawhiwhi i tēnei rā. Ko te katoa atu o mātou whakawhiwhi i nana hinei.
Kia rā mō tō whakautu, engari ngā wā o mua, i whiwhi i mua i tēnei hui.
Pai tēnā koro. Koe rā ka whakaoho nei e nei o wā mātou kaimahi kia kaha ki te whakaoti te tuku kia koutou I mua noa atu I tēnei hui. Kia ora rā.
Tēnā koutou. Koe no tautu whaking tēnei no te koraha marae. Tuatai e tika ana kia mihia te tepu I te kaha o te whakāturanga. Ngā moemoea mō tātou, tō tātou iwi. Ka nui te mihi kia koutou katoa. A big mahi, big vision, and ups and downs, and sitting here listening to the kōrero. I think very inspirational for us as leaders in our own hapu, our own marae. And to come here to see that the struggles are real as well. Want to pay homage and a mihi to that struggle. We do have our peoples in our own spaces still pohara as worse off than ever, feeling the bite. But there's inspiration in there too, to have so many people of our own people, and I'm sure with many other marae around there, have submitted for the first time on the regulatory standards bill, on the treaty principles bill, and the canvassing that we've done in our own little spaces out the coast anyway. So to hear our leadership, our tribal leadership pushing ahead, despite ngā piki me ngā heke, e nui ana te mihi kia koutou. And yes, there's tough times ahead for all of us, but just say that, you know, yeah, there are struggles everywhere. So kia kaha, because if you're strong, then that will make sure that we're strong as well. And with regards to the increasing of kaumātua, well, isn't that a good thing? You know, the promotions are reaching all the corners of our hapu, of our iwi. And if it means that there's more pūtea going to our kaumātua, heck yeah, we'll find a way. I'm all for that. I had a kōrero with Rahui the other day, and he said, oh, you come to register for your kaumātua grant. I said, they keep moving the bloody the age group. Every time I get to the point, then I gotta wait another couple of years. But still young buck. So yeah, koera noho tāku. Kia tātou, beautiful morning. Lovely listening to all the kōrero in here. Getting my stamps on my booklet, my passport. Hopefully I can win something. But getting here at 9 o'clock, I think that's a beautiful setup. And then you wrangle us to come in here to listen to the beautiful kōrero. So, mai a mātou o te hauauru, Ngāti Mahu te ki te hauauru, ara ko maketu, ko auruka, ko koraha. Anui te mihi, tēnā koutou katoa.
Tēnā koe matua, kia koe tāwera.
Ai, tautoko mi atu kia kuzu tahinga a kanui te mihi, kanui te aroa, tautoko ana te kaupapa o te rā, o te tepu. A couple of things, Hinerangi, just from TGH in terms of the debt to ratio level that we have with the debt. Are the relativity payments included in that stuff with all that in the current relativity payments and the future ones to 2050? I think we still have that to 2050, the relativity payments from the other settlements. A couple of questions around that. And just in terms of that, also understanding the loss was 40.2 million this year, and understand the challenges and where we are in terms of where we currently are, the total assets, and just understanding that debt to ratio in terms of where we currently are. So just a couple of questions. Kia ora tōku.
Yeah, good. Just I can answer the questions that the first two. First of all, we've got four more payments of relativity. 44. So yeah, so there's 4 more payments left. We've had 3 payments on average about 110 million. So every 5 years we normally get a check of over 100 million. It is that is the deal. And so when the Tāwara talks to you about relativity, that's the deal that Sir Robert did 30 years ago. So we've got 4 more payments. In excess of $1 million every 5 years we hustle, we get a check. Big check. That's the first thing. So the amount left from the most recent check, Tawara, is now part of the Social Investment Fund that Donna talked to you this morning, and the chair of the Distributions Committee, Maxine, is here. She's done a lot of work. Her and her team have done a lot of work around the social investment. So this fund is a bit different in that this is a hand up. So Marae can come to us with a fantastic idea for a loan, L-O-A-N, pay it back. Hey, it's like that Aboriginal fellow that was doing to me on the marae, throw the boomerang, you're going to come back. That's right. So this fund is throw the boomerang and come back. 75 million that's sitting in that pool. A lot of the work has been done by Max. I'm going to ask you to make some very brief comments because I think it's very important, because I know some of you fellas are starting to line up now and I can smell it. Okay? So before you come with your smart idea, I'm just trying to lay the foundation for you. So, hey, there's been a lot of work. This is the first time that we've been in this position. So what we want to do is maximise the opportunity for Marae who have got great ideas. And this is about trying to get return, ongoing return. And it's the same corridor that TGH have been having around diversification. How do you diversify businesses? So,
that's a question I wanted to be answered, but keen to have that conversation. Kia ora.
Max, you want to say just one more thing? Just allow Max just to think.
Tēnā tātou, ai tautoko nai mihi kua mihi ko Max and Graham, tōku ingai koe te manga te Hui-aa marae. Yes, and I also get the privilege of being the distributions chair, so when everyone's coming about the grants, I'm the person that's trying to get our distributions committee to look at, we have 23 grants. So our kaumātua grant is one, but you know, we're responsible for that, and then we've been looking after the beginnings or the origins of the Social Investment Fund. The 3 points that we want to make is recyclable, so as Tuku spoke to, the boomerang, scalable, how do we start to serve in terms of our marae and hapu across, what does it look like to have clusters come together of our marae? And the third thing is measurable. We speak a lot about outputs and outcomes. How do we start to speak to intergenerational impact? Because we all talk about whakapapa decisions, mokopuna decisions, but what does that actually look like for us? The team have done some awesome work, and it's really a coming together of TGH and Waikato Tainui to develop this framework, and we've got a bit of a rauiri, it's a funnel to be able to work through. So if you haven't already seen that, your Te Whakakitinga members have been presented that. They have had opportunity to come to a workshop to feed into it, so I really encourage you to go back to them and speak to them, and if not, we're available to start to work towards that. Tēnā tātou.
Tēnā koe. Anei, te pātai whakamutunga kōrero rāni? Oh.
Only just to add quickly, what's our debt ratio? 25% of our estate. Okay. Oh, so what's it now though? Oh, okay. So just to be clear, the relativity funds that have been received over the last 15 years, must be almost, all sit separate from TGH. They make up the bulk of the Mercer Fund, and then the 76 million. So they're all intact, and they're doing two things, and one is earning income and the other actually being set aside for a fund. In terms of the loss in the 40 million, that is non-cash, so it has no impact on our cash flows or our debt or paying grants, right? So, but it's a measure of market value movement. And the debt ratio today is 18%. Yeah, it's like, okay.
Kia ora koutou katoa, ko mihi Rafti Sarank, no Waikato Maniapoto proudly. In fact, my my pātai was to Hinerangi, and it was quite a personal one because it's around about employment. And I'm just here to put a plug out for a young man who's part of our family, and he runs a business called Rampage Roofing Limited. And he chose to actually go into trade rather than to take up a scholarship with some university in Auckland, because he wanted to give back to his solo mother. So his name is Aidan Campbell, and I was just going to come knocking on your door. I suppose the emphasis is that if we have any young people that are within our whānau that are actually in the trades, this is a moment in time to actually sort of think through and say, hey, look, we need to direct them into the projects that become ours as Tainui Waka. So that's what I'm doing. The second point is that AI is a reality. You may criticise our kaumātua for actually picking up the funds. My mother's 94 and I'm 70. But I tell you what, I can talk with my mother about AI and she understands what that means. I want us to actually think about where that places, I want us to think about that. I'm talking about us in terms of tupuranga. It's a reality. Indigenous people need to take control of that. I'm actually all for foreign investment. If the government is failing us, thank you for actually talking about Brookfields. I do not like this man, but he is a resident. I do not like him. He's one of the... you can look it up. His name is Peter Thiel. He got residency under John Key, and I'm just been out front there. Myself personally, I don't like him, but he's a billionaire, and he is into AI, and I'm thinking, Hinawai looks fantastic for an AI super sub centre, and this is really big mahi, people. But we need to develop it here in Aotearoa. Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou, wā ko tangi te pere. Thank you. Just before I hand it to Matua Tuku, Matua Brad, we got a few pānui to give. But just before we do that, just like to thank everyone on behalf of Te Whakakitenga o Waikato for taking the time out to come out in this cold morning and this cold day to embrace all the kōrero that we've given today. So mihi ana ki te tepu ki ngā hea mana, tēnei te tuku te ki a Matua Tuku.
Before Brad talks to you about what's happening at Koroneihana, the biggest show on earth is Matatini. It's coming. 2027, so we're going to get ready. And every marae should get ready. So we will deploy our teams to make sure that we're all ready. Kia ora tātou.
Well, that's the second biggest kaupapa. I want to take this very rare opportunity to correct tuku. Ko te koro nei ana kei te tū mai. On the 30th of August is the rā wairua, is the prayer breakfast for the king, and that'll be held at Hui-aa-Tau. And predominantly it's focused on Waikato. And so I understand that it'll start around 9 o'clock, but please watch social media. If you're on there for the next coming weeks, you'll see Whatu Moana put the program out. So it's on the 30th, okay? Hui-aa-Tau. The Koroneihana commences at the Kawemate for Tainui on the 2nd of September, which is a Tuesday. And the pōwhiri is at 9 o'clock, okay? Organise ourselves out on that day, but just be ready. Haria mai o kuta mate. That's the 2nd. On the 3rd, which is the Wednesday, is the Kawemate for the motu. Usually we'll have Taranaki and we'll have Rātana have their own pōwhiri, 6 o'clock in the morning. All the entire motu are coming together for the one pōwhiri. And that's on Wednesday, okay, the same time. Tā pai? On the Thursday is the pōwhiri for ngā ariki o te moana nui a kiwa. It involves the King of Tonga, Kaumatinui of Rarotonga, the Ariki of Tahiti, head of state for Samoa, and they'll be bringing on the Te Ara Maude, which is the kauai tohora that was gifted to the Queen at Whakatū. Okay, so that's the Thursday. And then Friday is the Rā Koroneihana, and at the conclusion of that day, there will be a concert to be held at Patterson Park. That'll start at 3 o'clock. That's when the designated time to receive the Māori, the second largest kaupapa of Matatini. That'll kick off the concert. It'll go to 8 o'clock at night, and then it'll commence again the Saturday morning, 9 o'clock, and Koroneihana will conclude 1 o'clock on Saturday the 6th of September. Nō reira koena ngā kōrero mo te Koroneihana. Nō reira kua riro māku tēnei wāhanga i whakakapi. E te iwi e mihi ana kia koutou i tēnei rā. Tātou e pai nei ki roto i te whakakitenga o Waikato. Tukia te arangi ki runga horohia ngā tikanga o te paki o Matariki, ki runga i te ariki nui kuini ngā wai hono i te pō, ka pai. Tukia te arangi ki runga horohia ngā tikanga o te paki o Hewa, ki runga ki ngā tātou iwi e pai nei, ka pai. Tukia te arangi ki runga, whakaorangia te iwi, rire hau, pai maari.
Whiua ki te motu. Te ake rautangi o Hikairo Kawhia went to Australia in search of whaanau. In a conversation with another, he returned with the idea of creating one leader for Māoridom. He shared his thoughts to Ngāti Hikairo Kaumātua, who strongly recommended that the suggestion be taken to its paramount chief, Hui-aa-Tau Te Wherewhai. The ariki, upon hearing the kōrero, he directed that the idea be put to the motu. Whiua ki te motu. Many warrior leaders, stately men like Hokahika of the North, Pirikāwau of Ātiawa Taranaki, Tāmihana Te Rauparaha of Ngāti Toa, had considered themselves ideal for the role. Martine Te Whiwhi o Raukawa decided he would champion this role of driver behind a kaupapa, of seeking the ideal candidate to become king. He reached out to Whanganui, to Te Arawa, Ngāti Parau, Kahungunu, to Wharetoa, Ngāti Toa Rangatira, and even Waikato, of all whom declined the offer. Iwiko Te Heuheu III had already approached Waikato, Kaumātu, to suggest that Pōtatau Te Wherewhero consider the position. A criteria was established to eliminate chaos and disorder. However, all probable candidates effectively chose not to consider the position. In 1856, a hui was held at Pukawa on the western lake shore of Taupo. It was there that the preference of an individual being Pōtatau be supported. 1,800 chiefs attended the hui, which they formed a binding agreement that Pōtatau Te Wherewhero of Waikato was to be chosen as king. It was at this hui that Pōtatau Te Wherewhero's region was described by Iwiko Te Heuheu Tūkino III as Waikato Taniwharau he piko he taniwha. The statement was followed up with the hinana ki uta, hinana ki tai. Tirohia te wāhi noho ai ngā taniwha, tirohia te wāhi noho ai ngā rangatira. Ka ki ai te kōrero, ko Pōtatau Te Wherewhero te tangata, ko Taupiri te maunga, ko Waikato te awa, Waikato taniwharau, Waikato horopaunamu, he piko he taniwha. A nei whiua ki te motu.
Tino 2, 1, 2.
1, 3, 4, 3, 4.
Next one. Ooh, I wish I could enter all of this. Woohoo! This one here is what?
Yep, let's go. Can you hear now?
This one here is sort of like a whole little
Kapai.
Yeah. Technical issues.
couple of blankets,
Awesome.
an umbrella, there's heaps of goodies. So suntan lotion for Hawaii when you get there.
O mai te whare mo tamatau he, ngā mihina te Pākehā ne. Kaore hia ki te tākaro i tēnei o ngā hia i heoi. Kua whakatika ingia, tipa, tēnā koe i whai wāhi ati ka tātou i tēnei o ngā hia i ke te pewhia.
Kānei te ora e tewi.
Ka pai. Now, I suppose, you've been inside the house right now, and of course you've been privy to a lot of the kōrero leading up to this and how the tribe has been tracking along. How's the progress been for the tribe this year, and some of your highlights?
I just want to say, personally, a highlight was the Tainui Games as an active expression of our kotahi. Out to Te Kauri Park.
Kia ora, kia ora.
Nā rātou te whiwhinui, and if I listened to their member yesterday, the biggest takeaway for the marae was bringing all the whānau together from wherever they were in the motu. So that's ko teitanga whānau. So if we take that into the rest of the outcomes for the year, we're only winning.
Yeah.
We're only winning. And though it's been a difficult time, again, acknowledge our king, the passing of the king, and everybody that we... the space that lives in our hearts, but noting that this is Matariki, a time to remember them fondly and send our wishes.
Kia ora.
Our wishes forward. And now, Tuku, there will be a lot of uploads to the tribal website of all the videos that we've played, but one of the themes has been how difficult it's been to work alongside this government, but that hasn't distracted us. We attracted a huge international investor in Brookfield, so we can work with the world.
Yes.
We can work with the Pacific. We just got to work on some local relationships, but there'll be a time and a tide shift, no doubt.
Talk about local relationships, of course. Busy time for elections in the council now.
It is.
And how's our relationship been with the council?
Well, I'm proud to say that all our councils in the Waikato took up the challenge of Māori wards. It's going to be a challenge to keep them under the referendum. Even if we all voted whānau, we're still the smallest vote in the house, Tātaiba, but we have excellent people standing. To name a few, we have Maria Hui-aa-Tau, we have Auntie Tilly over here. Yes. Just kei ngā hau e whae te iwi, and we just got to get our rangatahi voting, because again, they don't do snail mail,
No.
So e ako rangahau pia, e te koanga.
And talking about relationships and of course the whakakitenga, representatives from each of our marae. And you talked about Te Kauri standing up yesterday with the whakakitenga. How are our marae tracking across the board?
Well, yesterday in my summary to the marae, I noted that we're at 80% club at the moment. And what will it take for us to be 100% club? And then we're always showing up. We're showing up well prepared, and we're showing up ahead of the game. Because we want to leave you way more ability to function in your 30-year future than we inherited. And the olds left us a lot.
Yes.
It's hard to build on excellent, but we need to always strive, become AI literate or whatever it is the future holds. But tomorrow's skills today. So for the house to meet that, we've got to show up for you, we've got to be trained, we're well read, and bringing this kaupapa back to the marae. You should feel well informed, whānau. If you don't, tell me, I can sort out who your member is.
Nice. Hey, and that's a great segue into a kaupapa that is close to your heart, and you were privy enough to be a part of this as well. And as a whānau member of Oto Papa, ka mutu ngā kaumātua te rawa, te hau o makuru. The series has come out right now. Looking around you today, is this what they envisioned?
I think this and more. But I think again we've honoured the legacy contribution. If there was one thing left outstanding, it is our college, and it's vesting all of that tribal mātauranga, of which e hia nei ngā tākuta o te iwi nei now. We didn't used to have them, but now we could have a library up there of our own mātauranga. I got to Bruce Te Arakinui the other day and reminded her there's only two puna mātauranga. There's whaanau and the rest of the world. There's only two puna. We want her puna to be deep here at the college so that you can all know the rest of the world easily. So that's our generational challenge at Te Iwi. 5 years they give us, all right?
Yeah.
College.
Yes. And last but not least, Matatini is going to be hosted here in 2027. I know it's going to be a busy time for us. You excited about this thing?
I just believe that the manaakitanga that we always express towards the kaupapa and the time of Te Arakinui right through to now, Kapahaka has been always in her heart. We were lucky enough to be at the Tūrangawawe Host Day Pātara on the river. So being able to bring it back into the Waikato to whenua we own
Yeah.
Mana motu hake nei, me Māori.
Ka pai.
I think the lady will come back and shine on us.
Oh, no doubt about it.
And all the tupunas and tuheitia as well, saying, ngā mihi nui kia koini ngā waihono.
Kia ora.
Nāna te hono re nui, o tēnei o ngā mahi.
Oh, well, hei whakakapea ki tēnei wahanga kia tāua, o tira kia tātau. Ka tuku te rākau kia koe te tuahine, a maupea, hei whakakapea ki tēnei wahanga kia tāua, ne?
Kia mau kau i te iwi, if kia tupu kia hua kia puāwai is our tribal saying. We've definitely done kia tupu, it's kia hua time. You know who the whānau are that need to be engaged, that want to weigh and help them. Puāwai, that's coming in the next few years when the next reanga take over, and I'm going to leave them a really tidy house.
Beautiful. Ngā mihi kia koe, me au mahi
Kia ora.
katoa, ne?
Kia ora te ngāni.
Awesome. Ka pai tara.
Mokopuna time now.
Yes, mokopuna time indeed. Thank you so much.
I've got to find mine. Kei te pai. Awesome. If I go toilet.
He te iwi, no mātou te tuwhite wai mari e, na te mea tuku mahi katoa tēnei tangata. Roa nei, e whakanga ana, te kāwanatanga kia wai rā nei, ka te tuki pai ai ngā wawa te tēnei e tātau i roto i ngā tau kua pahure ake. He oi, he tau anō kei te haere mai, ana koia pē te kaupapa o tō tātau. Kōrero, first up, Uncle, what happened to the Warriors last night?
Lucky we don't own it.
Too right. So, your thoughts on the year thus far and the presentations today?
Yeah, it's been a tough year. We've had an unprecedented number of meetings with ministers. We've been smashed. Every law that is meaningful and important to our people has been demolished and got rid of. And so we've done more than 30 submissions to parliamentary select committees. It speaks to the uncertainty that this government, it is by far the most racist government that we have to deal with.
Yeah.
But you know, we have to deal with them. They are the government of the day, and we just got to work with what we have.
Yeah, and that's exactly what some of the quarter that's been going around today is the importance of voting. And we've got a by-election in Auckland happening right now, and of course the main elections will be coming up very shortly. Yeah. And your kōrero to the whānau, they have not yet registered to vote, and how important that is.
We have to register to vote, and then we've got to vote this government now. We've got to bring some sanity and some certainty and confidence back into our lives. The only way that you're going to do this, you've got to get rid of David Seymour. You've got to get rid of Winston Peters. New Zealand first, David Seymour, they got to go. They are not only bad for this country, they're bad for us. And everything that they've done speaks to how important it is for us to make possibly the most important decision, that is to vote. We're going to vote in numbers. We're going to vote in the same way that the 300,000 submissions that were made to kill off the Treaty Principles Bill, we're going to do exactly that. Get out there as if our lives matter.
Kia ora. Big campaign there for all of our whānau. Nā reira, mau ki rā kōrero, e rā tohu Uncle. Uncle, some of the milestones that, we've hit some milestones this year.
Yes, and you know, we've cut the biggest deal that this country, especially Māori, have ever done. We've got an agreement for $1 billion deal with $1 trillion company, Brookfields out of New York. Never in this country have you seen such an agreement of that scale with an Indigenous people. This is the first time Brookfields out of New York have ever done a major agreement with an Indigenous race in this world. And so, first of all, that speaks to how hugely important and beneficial the work that we're doing in Ruakura. It is on that basis that companies like Brookfields smell a good deal, you know. So they know that when a good deal is a good deal, they're in.
That's it.
And they could see that Ruakura is a fantastic deal, and so spending $1 billion over the next 7 to 10 years is just the start of this 120-year-long relationship. So that, you know, has been one of the highlights. The other highlight is that even in the hard times, our people stick together. You know, we know how to survive in hard times because, you know, most of us have always been raised, you know, in the face of hard times. So it's not an issue, you know, it's not a problem. We just got to adapt and be agile and be flexible about how we do our stuff. But we're a big iwi. You know, I think for me, even in the face of hard times, you have an attitude now in this iwi that believes we're on our way to prosperity. We can do this. We don't need the crown money. You know, we can stand on our own 2 feet, and that's what Sir Robert always talked about. We can't bemoan our fate and allow successive governments to roll over us and kill us off. You know what I mean? And they always try to do that. We're strong now. And the thing is that we got $2.5 billion worth of assets, and that lays the platform. Because without economic muscle, we won't survive. And in order for us to flourish and to prosper, you need solid assets. You need a strong economic base, and that's what we have. So, you know, I mean, I'm sitting here at Hopu in 5 years' time. This place will look different. Because we are redeveloping it. You know, there's a whole lot of the things that I would like to announce, but not this year.
Not yet.
It's coming. It's coming.
Well, you were at the forefront 1995, 30 years ago. 30 years on, is this what you envisaged?
Yeah, well, I didn't think that we would have the kind of, you know, economic muscle that we have. But you know what? You know, it's been our destiny. Our people have worked hard. We got some smart people in the tribe, and so I think we're going to go much further. We have a queen that is intelligent. She's strategic, and you know, her single message to me and the other leaders of the iwi, tino rangatira tanga. That's her catch cry. You know, we got to stand on our own 2 feet. We can't depend on anyone else. How's that for a 20-year-old? That's remarkable for such a young leader.
Yes, and product of Koanga Reo, product of Kura Kaupapa, Whare Kura, the Whare Wānanga no hoki, so she's gone
So, you know, she got the reo, all of the things that are really important that make us who we are as a unique iwi in this country. She's it, you know, she's the embodiment. You know, she's like you fellas, gone through kura, kohanga kura, bang, hey, out there in the world. And now the people like me with silver hair got to do the job.
I'm not too far behind you. All right, so you talked a little bit about 30 years on and the future's looking bright. What are your aspirations for the next generation and when they come?
I think what you're going to see here is the new headquarters of the King Town. Here at Hui-aa-Tau, there can only be one centre. It's here. There can only be one place for our parliament, one place for all of our staff. It's here at Hui-aa-Tau, you know. There can only be a multi, you know, a 30,000 stadium. It's here. We've got to have it here. Everything's got to be built from here. And so for me, as I sort of look towards the end of my own time as the chair, as a you know, as a director of Te Ata-Tau, you know, Te Ata-Tau and a member of the Parliament, I want to be a part of laying the foundation of master planning the new face of Hui-aa-Tau. That's my lasting legacy.
Well, the Warriors didn't work out for us, but what about Tani Frau?
I saw the owner of the Warriors not too long ago. I said to him, You bought it for, I think it was about 17 million. It's now valued at 42.
Oh, well.
You know, we might be able to do a deal.
All right, all right. You heard it here first, whare, you heard it here first. Uncle, ka tukuna te rākau, I know you're busy, man,
Yeah,
so ka tukuna te rākau ki a koe, whakakapia ki tēnei wahanga kia tāu, o tira kia tātai.
Yeah, ko tāku ki tō tāu iwi kia ngana tātou. Kia u tātou ki te kōrero, me te whakahau a te kuini. Kia whai i tō tātou tino rangatira. Ko te hi atu te whainga ko tērā, ko te whai i tō tātou. Te tino rangatira. Whakapono ana ka tae tātou.
Kore, kore.
Ai, ka tae. Kia ora rā.
Tēnā koe, Uncle.
Tēnā
Ngā mihi ki a koe, whai wāhia tika tātou i tēnei o ngā hia, hi me ngā mahi huhua, ko riro hei pīkautanga māu i roto i ngā tau, mō ngā tau kei mua i te arawara no hoki tēnā rawa atu koe. O tira tēnā rawa atu tātou i hono mai i tēnei ki o ngā rangi ki tēnei papahotanga a tātou. Tahi tau, kei mua i te arawara e hoama, kia ngana, kia toa, kia manawa nui, tino rangatiratanga kuia, ko te kōrero matua ne, mana Māori motu hake, haere ake nei, mō te ake ake. Rere tewi, mauriore ka tātou, hei te tau heke mai nei.
Check.